Dude, stealthy.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Nothing much.
Just get my ass kicked in Ghost Arena. Got into the vault and there got ambushed by another player.
Waiting for you for a while.
Oh, damn.
Just been running around trying to buy stuff.
Nice. Whoops. Sorry, hang on. There we go.
Need to buy new guns for my ship.
No pets for Minty, did I do something wrong? Access granted.
Fabrication request accepted. Beginning fabrication. Please stand by.
Hey, Joshua, Sabine, all right, lads, Jordan, Logan.
Process
Welcome,
complete.
guys.
Item successfully fabricated.
German, greetings. How's it going, bud?
Greetings,
Noel,
Pokemon
Lou, and
community
Bradford
game.
Man,
Welcome
greetings,
to our
guys.
sacred place.
Hey, Muritz and Kaz, welcome. And Marius. What are you guys up to today? How's it going?
Fabrication request accepted. Beginning fabrication. Please stand by.
Should be free to do whatever once we're done with this thing. I think this is...
Process complete. Item successfully fabricated.
I've been better. Had a terrible dream last night. Something woke me up in the middle of it too, and now I can't shake this weird feeling. Like, I know the dream is just my mind processing stuff, but it felt so damn real.
Hey, Fiducia, greetings, bud. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, what's the game plan today?
Not sure. Just finished up with Ghost Arena on here. And yeah, that was about it.
I don't even know what that is. But sick.
It's one of the contested zones. Had somebody walk me through how to do those. It was pretty interesting. It's just kind of like a PvP arena type deal, and then at the end there's a vault that opens, and apparently that's where you can get a bunch of loot.
I do not slumber. I'm merely light in weight.
But they're also kind of big, or bugged rather. So right now the only loot really is the comp cards, which I guess if you collect 1 to 7, you can trade them in for some kind of a ship. I don't know.
Yeah. Sama did those a lot.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. We only had 2 other people try to come in, and we got them both. Other than that, it was just NPCs. Jordan, what's your plan for tonight? What do you want to do?
Whatever you want.
Male perspective greetings.
Just here for the vibes.
Right on. Let's see. This other player is taking me to Executive Hangar. Whatever that is. Which is apparently where you turn in.
Did you
Better go
peep the
get yourself a
Connie
ship.
Andromeda I posted?
I'm sorry, do what now?
Better go get yourself a ship.
No, I only got 6 and 7, so don't have enough to actually get the ship itself.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, I took a look at that through DCI.
Got some stuff here.
767.
676767.
Oh boy. You one of the hip kids now through DCI?
Stuff. I got stuff.
But Jordan, I'm currently on Ruin. I'm not sure where he's taking us.
Kind of died in Stanton last night, so.
Ooh.
Oh, and Pyro, so I went back to Stanton.
I gotcha. I ended up still having that shit bug again.
It's like
where
when
the
we said
interior was
YOLO
gone.
to make fun of people who said it, then we said it unironically.
Yeah, I feel like that's you either live long enough to see yourself become the villain, or you die a hero.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Wrong finger. It does look like we still got the ironclad here. I guess Trey hasn't come back in yet, but you could always do commodities and just split the profits. Ooh, what is that? Is that the blade?
Also good news that one is only 9.6 mil.
Oh, the Andy? Hell yeah. I was also comparing other other good like multi-crew PvP ships, and apparently the Paladin is super good. Oh, this is the meteor. Duh. A Octagon Vibes, Semnix, and Mick. Welcome, guys. How y'all doing tonight? And Hank? Cedric, greetings to you, sir. What server are you on, Jordan?
I think yours.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, all I know is I did Asia. One most critical in Pierre Lagrange. How's it going? And Damien, welcome to the stream too.
Try out low flying tonight.
Nice. Nice. How's that going? Using the new
It's going.
Gladius?
Yeah, I crashed a couple times.
Hey, Bunwee Blair. Welcome. What planet you
Oh,
doing
there's that
low fly?
115 mil, and there's another one that's all turrets. I
What is
forget
this
what it's
planet
called.
It's one of the Hurston moons. I don't know that.
Oh, gotcha. Like Walla or Maga?
Yeah, I think
Magda, whatever. Oh, Apollo. Gotcha. Hey, Marquise Sanders. Merrick and NATO, welcome to the
I do
stream,
not
guys.
slumber. I'm merely light in weight.
Bloody welcome to the welcome to the stream. Alex, greetings.
Or vehicle bay though.
Oh, really? So strictly you're locked in space. Gotcha. Hey, Nicholas, welcome. Abba Kababa. Kaba. Fuck's sake, I can't talk. Sorry. Ryan, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Abba Kababa. Tater Mater, welcome. Got all kinds of unique usernames. Good to have you all. Okay, we're going to, looks like PYAM Exchange 01. Wherever that is. Hey, Hugo DP and Sinister Xeon, welcome. How you guys doing today? And Sylvie Kirby? Bear, welcome to you as well. Type PYAM. Okay. Hey, Gary, Sarah, Leo, Peter, welcome everybody. How's it going today? Glad to have you stop by. Got somebody showing me Executive Hangar. Peter, GP, and Celtic. Welcome. How you guys doing today? Glad to have you stop by. Zuzu and Kendall and Fred. Greetings. NR. Timo, welcome. Appreciate you guys stopping by. Nickel Giles and Philip, welcome to the stream. And Reaver Kings, King X, pardon me, welcome. Boob Handler, welcome to the stream. Fabio, greetings to you, sir. Mikhail, welcome. And Felix, welcome to you too. Man, tons of people coming through, even if they're only staying a second. It's always good to see you guys. Oh, sorry, I just saw you join too, Fusion. Just saw you join too, Fusion.
Oh.
Bud, welcome. And Ali. And Albert and Mindblocks. Leon, welcome. Oni boy, greetings to you.
She died.
Marcel and Mao, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Amy, welcome to you too. And Maria and Maxime, welcome. Jeez. Well, how did you
how did you get it where you kept that friendship in your hangar a while?
Hey, Z. They called it out, gave it to me. I called the hangar, landed it, and placed it, or stored it. And it just lets you use it. I guess. I don't know. I haven't tried pulling up the Ironclad again. The Perseus, or the other one, whatever it is, Polaris, still has not worked again for me. Hey, Shaco, Harold, Taust, and Rob, and Ant. Holy shit, I don't think I've had to greet this many people this quickly. Ever. Mario, welcome.
Okay, that's what I had someone do that borrowed my prospector.
Nice. Yeah, in theory it works. Until they either brick it or try to take it back. Felicio, welcome, and Rowasta, welcome to you, sir. And Ace, Tom, Nazarul. Holy shit. Everybody's only scrolling by, but it's cool to see all these names come through. That's really tight. Tom, greetings.
How's OT going?
Hey, Nazarul. Hey, it's going pretty well, bud. How about you? What you been up to today? Bummer and VDR Sunkern, welcome. Laysan.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Good to hear. Doing anything fun and exciting?
Knocking out Repetuf.
I gotcha.
Stuff.
What companies you working on? Agreeable Animal, welcome. And Mulgi and Evelyn, welcome. Misha, greetings and welcome to the stream. Kakalaka, welcome to the stream too.
Cargo. Get my money up.
Stations nearby. Okay. Mr. Moon, Zero, 911 emergency, F-Man, welcome guys. How you all doing today? It's so cool to see everybody. Al, welcome. Salvage, bounty, and investigation.
Salvage, bounty, and investigation.
I don't know why it said it that way, but cool. I still have not done a whole lot with the salvage yet, but I've done a little bit of the bounty hunting. Usually I try to get rep with North Rock. They seem to be one of the, I don't know, it just sounds cool, I guess. Doesn't really make a difference. But I like North Rock. Let's see. There we go. DJ, welcome.
At Nazarul, what's your salvage at?
Obelix, greetings. Hey, Hans, Tommy, welcome to the stream, guys. How's it going?
I've dome salvage a good bit, but not much lately. Mostly been running jillies and trying to get bounty.
I gotcha. Yeah, Gilly is pretty much the main one for us, for me.
For Junior, it's better to buy, made from Leafski and salvage the rest.
Ah.
Arroba Tadeusi still early. Was speed running it today.
Nice.
The contracts after that lose you money.
Really? That's kind of weird. Hey, Femboy, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Pretty much.
It's weird that the contracts lose you money. Hey, Cap Kid, greetings, welcome. Ismaili, welcome to you.
For money, I usually follow some buddies in bounties to salvage the ships they destory.
Oh, that's smart. That's actually really smart. I like that. I don't know what we're doing. We waiting for something? Hey, Prime, welcome. Here it is. When you collect 7 comp boards, you can come here. Okay. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, they need like 50 crates of Commerce and 40 RMC, and for pairs of different parts, certain clad.
certain classes. Dos shields, dos coolers, all industrial and cuatro mining laser heads.
Oh, that's pretty neat. Oh, that would be really cool. Well, shit, maybe we should just grab the a vulture or something and ironclad and load up.
Then it only pays like 200K. The RMC is 3 times that.
Oh, really? I mean, still that on top of the bounty itself? It's pretty impressive. Be a relatively decent payout. I like it. Four to 6. Okay. 9.
Norgo for salvage ship contracts. 20K for a hammerhead. Get weapons, 1 mil. RMC, another mil.
I missed the ship graveyard missions for salvage.
Oh, that would be neat. Hey, Shade Lord, greetings and welcome. And Haynes, Crazy Philip Heck, welcome. All Muddy Heroes, welcome to you. I don't know. Maybe I just need to bite the bullet and get one of the vultures and start doing those.
You can use my vulture.
Oh, you got one vulture too?
Shift change gotta go. I also have a vulture if you wanted to have to go in.
Right on. I appreciate it as always, the DCI. Thank you. And drive safe when you come home. Hey, Fritz, welcome to the stream, bud. How's it going? Hey, Bill Nas, greetings and welcome.
Sounded like Stifler's mom.
Hell yeah. Damn, Skippy. What you up to, USMC Sergeant?
It's so great hanging out with you all.
Are you on live or PTU?
Should be. What do you mean live or PTU? Isn't PTU the live one? I know there's a difference. You mean arena or PTU? on the live update, I think. Yeah, 4.82 live. Hello
Greetings,
there, V.
V1 to Allist
Welcome to the
4P.
stream. How's it
Welcome
going?
to our sacred place.
And Alex, welcome to you too.
Yes, there is a difference. Live is for everyone. A KPTU is the testing servers.
Ah, gotcha. Holy, the GTS killed my ears. I turned up the volume because I couldn't hear any game audio, and you seemed pretty low as well. Oh, gotcha. Sorry. Let me see if I can adjust that. Let's see. Mic is about as, high as it can go. I bumped up the game audio a little bit. I do also have that turned down, though, because it was blasting me. Let's see. Ooh, sorry about the bang. I'm trying to get the mic a little bit closer since I'm quiet. Very quiet. Hey, Domo and Clover, welcome to the stream, guys. How's it going?
No trade tonight.
Aw, yeah, and sadly not yet.
Are you fairly new to the game? If so,
Yeah.
welcome to the rope a dope. LOL.
Yes, I started during the last free flight, but I haven't got off since. And thank you for the welcome. Finish watching Masters of the Universe. Right on. What'd you think? I know you said better than you thought, but what did you think versus what did it turn out to be? Really? That's surprising. Good. I'm glad it was pretty good. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sergeant. Much obliged, bud. Well, yeah, I started during Defense Con, and yeah, got hooked on it. I'm glad I've streamed, though, because I've had so many people help me out and tell me what the fuck I'm doing, because I have no clue most of the time. But by now, I think I'm doing pretty well. I just did my first, whatever that thing was I just did. The first CZ thing.
Weren't we going to play?
Yeah, I asked you yesterday, Brother Afik. I never heard back either.
Okay, yes, that is a big help.
Yeah. SC community can definitely be pretty awesome. It's, a little bit unique with some of the pirates, but for the most part, I'd say a good 80% is good.
Yeah, I had a bad heat stroke.
Oh, geez. I'm sorry to hear that, bud.
It's so
But
great
once you
hanging
get
out
on
with
dock
you
tide.
all.
Possibly. I've got somebody showing me around right now, though. Like somebody I don't know yet. So I don't want to lose track of them yet. I'm sitting here with no sleep,
There are
and
some
it's
very
almost 6.
toxic people at times.
Yeah, agreed. Man, heat's been brutal. That sucks. Yeah, I'm AFIC and V. I'm not a fan of heat at all. So I hope you were able to recover
I
at
have been a
AFIC.
backer for years.
Nice. Well, that's always good to do. Hopefully they'll get the freight elevator bugs fixed, and that's all I want. Just the freight elevators to work. It's not too much to ask, right? Perlo, welcome. Had to cancel all my plans last night, stream, movie night, and everything. Jeez. I'm sorry to hear that, V. Nicola, welcome. See, I'm not the only one that's super impatient. This dude boosts the whole time, too.
I just finished up upgrading the weapons on my ship.
Nice. What'd you end up going with, Jordan? Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to make up for it tonight instead. Hell yeah. Well, I hope so, V.
I got 3 Gatling. I got all new missiles, so I think it's kind of good.
Awesome. Did you go with EM missiles, or what kind of missiles did you end up going with? Ooh, I forgot I had it. Thank you. There's, sorry, my wife just brought this to me. I forgot I got it in one of my packages. There's my original logo that you can get on my website. It's holographic, big sticker. Can't really see with the light. But, sorry, random plug. Nice. And my greeting card. Ooh, let me dump a bunch of this shit. There we go. Vehicles. I don't even know what station we're on now. Hermes is here, though. Some Tempest missiles on mine. Hey, Hortus Private Gardeners. Thank you for the share, and welcome to the stream, bud. How's it going? Private Gardeners. That sounds cool. What kind of gardening do you do? The private kind? Murphy, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hey, Puzka, welcome, and Tony, welcome to you too. How you guys doing tonight? Are on obituary. Cameron, welcome to the stream. Hey, Bloody Albus, greetings. Welcome. Sorry, just waiting up for dude guy here. Hey, Shadow, welcome. What you up to, bud? And Lars, welcome to you as well. How you been? Petrichor, welcome.
Yeah.
Hiya, how you doing? What you been up to today? About hopping on, but I'm not as lucky as you with having SC running state. It's crashing on me. Oh,
been dipping my toes into the
that
waters
sucks.
of game development on Unity today, smiley face.
Oh, yeah. What kind of games you developing there, Petrichor? Anything new you're working on? Walter, Vithavi, welcome. Obi Sean, welcome to you, sir. How's it going? Or rather, hello there. That was a weird, wild twitch. Holy shit. Ulrich, welcome to the stream. Willkommen. Where are we going now?
Honestly, not sure, haha. Just gonna make a slot game to
It's
learn
so
the
great hanging
basics
out with
of
you all.
development.
Nice. Well, hey. I mean, what kind of style of game, I guess? Are you going to make like a 3D game or just like a 2D original Final Fantasy-esque kind of game? Mr. Galaxy, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing today?
It's 3D for sure. The dream would be to have an asymmetrical pop game, haha. But that's light years away.
Nice. That'd be cool. Hey, everybody. Welcome. How goes it? Oh, shit. Needs
PvP,
refuel.
not pop lol.
Oh, PvP. I was going to say, I don't know what a pop game is, but cool. Hey, John. Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Just tired of doom scrolling.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know how that
Pebbles
goes,
says
though.
hi.
Hey, hi, Pebbles. Welcome. Even though you're not here, welcome anyway. Big Data Energy and Colin Mitch and Dat Matt Rose. Welcome. Hoodarius. Welcome to you, too. I apologize, guys. I gotta run to the restroom real quick, but I will be right back. Give me just a moment, please.
Well, I am a veteran fighting.
Hello.
All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Hey, Thunder Lewis, welcome. And Basti, welcome to you too. John, well, thank you for your service, bud. And I mean, that's awesome that you're able to fight that. Well, maybe a bad choice of words. Face that shit head on. I can't even imagine.
Going?
I'm or used to be a corrections officer, so I've seen a little bit of stuff. Nowhere near combat, but I'm sorry to hear you're going through it. But more power to you, bud. Thunder, I'm going all right so far. Just sorry, my mind went blank there. Flying some Star Citizen. Got a guy showing me around. Virtual, it's just your Freakshow. No the.
That's good to hear. I'm doing good too.
I was a 60 crew chief. I had to do Kasevik.
Ooh. Yeah, evac would be very... Ugh. I'm sure you had to see a lot of awful shit that way. Massimiliano, greetings and welcome. And Ikozabawi. Awesome, gotcha, V. Charlie, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Do you suffer from a lack of a father figure? Do you have clinical depression?
How's it going?
Have you ever accidentally broken your mom's favorite coffee cup, and when she found out you did it, she tied you to a bed and spanked you with a metal spatula? If you said yes to any of these things, I don't care. And to keep it a bean, no one cares.
And still, oh, sorry, blanked out before I could see it. Flamingo, welcome to you, sir. And Erica, pardon me, welcome. Damn it, Destroyer, that scared me more than the jump scare ones do. But glad you're here, bud. What you up to?
Got me was washing blood out. I can smell the blood still today. The smell of burnt iron.
Oof. Yeah, that would... Man. I'm glad you're able to talk about it, though. I know they say in PTSD therapy, that's one of the first things you have to be able to
No
do is
pets
be able
for
to talk about
Minty.
it.
Did I do something wrong?
Play some time. I'll let you have one tonight, though, since you're already in a mission. Oh, right on. I don't know how long this person's going to want to actually hang out or show me around or anything, but hopefully I won't be stuck all night. It's taking me to get some red key card, and then I guess we're going to the obituary SZ or CZ, whatever. Dex, greetings and welcome. And Ferdia, welcome to you too. Let's see. Be nice if it actually told me where the fuck we're going.
I would load up and let you fly my constellation.
Oh, right on. What con do you got? Supervisor red card is relatively easy to get.
V Hull.
Oh, and you got the whole B as well. Nice. Hell yeah. Fiducia, welcome back. Benjamin, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? Now, so far, my ships, I've got the Golem, Cutter, the Corsair, and Hermes.
Working on Anvil.
Nice. My friends let me use their anvil. I've got it in my hangar. It's nice for storage. Found out the pilot cannot use weapons, though. That kind of sucks. See, Bumblebee, welcome. Greetings and welcome to the stream to you.
Best hauler is a Hercules 2.
What's the cargo hold on that? Trombeton, welcome. And Haydar. Haydar? welcome. We going in, or do we just fly down? Oh shit! You know what? I think this is one of the bases I actually got that key card from.
Massive. I can fit a tank and a couple bikes and still cargo.
Nice. Gotta love it. Tsukima, welcome.
Greetings, feisty baseman Augustus X4KG, welcome to our sacred place.
Jeez, how does he fly so fast? I feel like he's flying faster than me, but I guess we're actually going the same speed. But yeah, this is definitely where I got yet another key card. Let's see, where are we going? Oh yeah, because this is the same type of place that my guns started glitching out and kept like trying to drop and holster every time I pulled them out. That was fun.
Did you have arm injury?
No. Oh, you mean just in the game? No. It just was a random bug. It eventually just kind of stopped doing it.
I'll keep him occupied.
Hell, who shot? Hey, Snas, welcome. Oh, you already got him. I feel like I'm not helping a whole lot.
Oh shit! I'm hit! We got trouble! Ah! Ah! Oh. Ah.
Now, see, even now my health isn't showing up when I need it. Oh, because apparently I didn't need it. How do I take damage then? Just not enough damage to actually hurt?
Occupied.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Ow, shit! Last one. Going down. I'll cover you.
How's the kill shot treating you?
They really got me.
Nice. It's treating very nice.
Go ahead. Here we go. Ah. Ah. Ah.
All right. Oh yeah, that's what I'm finally using right now. Oh, shit, where'd he go? Lost him.
Hey, old bird.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I got ya. I'll keep them occupied. I'll cover you. Damn it, that hurts.
Oh my god.
Guess we're fighting.
Oh, because it's friendly fire, so it wasn't doing as much damage. That's good to know. Gemini, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Next, I need low light scopes.
Ooh, I actually just saw that for the first time. As in somebody talking about it. That'd be pretty cool. I would love some low light scopes. Oof.
Thad, what do low-light scopes even do? Is it like the glow sights, Earl?
Eyes wide, everyone. Find who did this.
I'm guessing it's kind of like the lamp in the ship.
Imprinting required.
Kind of just a light up window, which would be fantastic.
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
It's night vision, but in the sights, and yeah, like lamp.
Easy to see targets.
That would be lovely. I feel like they need to tone down the actual or like whatever these lights, because they're just so bright. It like washes out everything, so you still can't see. That was it? Shit. Alright. Cool. Hey, Crazy, welcome to the stream, by the way. How are you doing tonight?
I got the wrong
Sorry.
missiles.
Oh no, you got the wrong ones? That sucks. Hey, Kyle, welcome to the stream, bud. How's it going? Wee. So majestic.
Now I have to spend more money.
Do you need some money? You sent me some before. I'm more than happy to send some back.
Were you guys able to use the ironclad a bit to do cargo last night?
Yeah, one of the missions worked. The one going from
No, I
Pyro
still
to
have
Stanton.
enough. It's just can't keep on buying the wrong stuff.
Oh yeah, I hear you there. Jordan, if you haven't tried it, use Urkel, E-R-K-U-L. Just Google that, and it'll help you outfit your ships and know what actually works on it. But yeah, the Stanton to Pyro mission did not work. The elevators were bugged. Or wait, did we get that one to work? Maybe we did. Forget. You might have. I fucking don't know.
Damn elevators.
I know. If I could pick one thing for him to fix, that would be it. Or you go to CZ, you can farm some supervisor cards, but bring only one at a time. Okay. ADK, greetings and welcome. How's it going tonight, bud? And Spanx, greetings to you. What you up to? Oh, look, there's some med ships. I wonder if you could steal those. It's too bad you can only temporarily steal ships.
That's one of the bigger actual game affecting bugs. They have gotta fix
Ouch.
that.
Fuck, I keep smacking the shit out of my elbow tonight. Yeah.
Apparently the
agreed.
OLPs have decent loot. I need to see where I can loot low lights.
OLPs. That'd be fun to do. Shit, if you ever want to do combat mission like that, or raid, whatever, let me know. I heard people talking about the OLPs in chat last night, too. All right. When's need something? How's it going? And Tinky Winky, Finley, welcome to the stream, guys. How y'all doing? Hey, Haberdelix, welcome. Jong Tong, welcome to you. So anybody got any good stories from today? Anything fun and exciting going on? New and interesting, terrible, or terrific? Anything you want to vent about? After all, I'm here for you.
What graphics card are you running?
Hey, Jong Tong. I have got the 5070 Ti. But I'm on an
I'm
AMD
down
7.
to bring my Pisces red and run 'em. I can stealth past patrols.
Ooh, hell yeah, that'd be fun. And I think we're just doing this last CZ. But then after that, yeah. Hey, thank you for the heart, me, Mitch.
No
Much
pets for
obliged.
Minty.
How you doing
Did
today?
I do something
are
wrong?
you getting?
Let's see. Display. Was it display underscore info one? It is not. What is it? Hey, Stan, welcome. Hi, bye. Ah. Oh, thank you for coming by anyway, Mitch. I appreciate you. And thank you for the Go Popular, too. Sorry, what is the command? Hey, thank you for the donuts, too. Damn. Oh. Oh. I thought it was something underscore display info. And the share. Thank you. But without doing that command, I have zero idea. It seems for the most part it's doing all right. I am playing on Asia server, though, so it's kind of sort of empty around this time. Let's see.
You could do the NVIDIA overlay Alt-R.
Alt-R? Apparently does not work until I get out of that. Why is that not doing anything? No. I'm not computer savvy. Apologies.
You might need to enable NVIDIA overlay.
I do believe I might. Alt Z opens overlay. Okay. Statistics. I'm not getting any frames per second, apparently. Does it say NA?
Altar just runs the FPS.
Yeah. There we go.
It's in the top right.
Yeah, I see all that. It's got the GPU and CPU usage, but it says NA for FPS.
I think the TLDR is get the best you can afford and hope.
Yeah, right? Hey, Reese, welcome. And Miko.
Might need to restart the game.
Oh, gotcha. Could you guys remind me what the display info command is? Like what the full command is? So I can just type that in and it'll tell me.
Keyword for a galaxy.
Right. What? Apparently my FPS is not as good as I thought. Hey, Kruzik, welcome.
R_display info.
R_, thank you.
R_display info 1.
Perfect, thank you. R_. Okay, I'm getting a whole whopping 10 FPS. Oh, I hit 11.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's going a little bit smoother than that. Oh, there it is, 40.
Right now.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at server FPS. Regular FPS, about 35 to 37 average, it looks like.
So, well.
Redo the command with 0 instead of 1 to get rid of it.
Are you using any frame gen?
No, not using anything fancy. Just whatever's default on here. Like I said, I am not computer savvy, so unless somebody tells me, hey, you need to do this, and then tells me how to do it, I have no clue. Oh, look at that. He's got some ASD Geist.
You should try frame gen 2x in the settings.
Greetings, Pyromaniac
Really? What does that do?
_potato. Welcome to our sacred place.
Bugged. Yeah. King the Clown, greetings and welcome.
Isn't that the NVIDIA I thing? Generates an extra frame for every frame it renders, makes it smoother looking.
Oh, gotcha. Graphical AI.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Hey, Cole, welcome. Honestly, really haven't had any issues with it, so I've just kind of left it alone for the most part. Now, if you know a fix to fix the elevators and shit, let me know. I know how to do the fix to call them up. Hey V, yes, I am currently Pyro. Oh, you just gotta bring fuses with you? Huh. That's good to know. Alright, let's see what we got here. Blow some shit up.
ZZZZ. I do not slumber, I merely lie in wait.
I won't last long here. Move in position. I've been clicked.
Access granted.
Let's see what we got. Big O, greetings, welcome. Glad this dude knows what he's doing, because I have no fucking clue. Hey, Clarice. Or is that Crawlerice? Maximos, welcome to you. Hell? Blue card. I don't have a blue card. Oh. Oh! Go get the blue card.
Imprinting blue card. Keycard ready.
There we go. What is this, Doom now? Usually it's only Doom because everything's crashing around you. Hey, thank you for the share, Bego. I appreciate it. And Tomas, Celine, welcome, guys. How's everyone doing? Oh, zero gravity. Oh shit. Oh. Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, he went down there. Nice. Hey, Basti, welcome. How's it going? And user, welcome to you too. Uh-oh. Hey, Last Baron, welcome. Combat or okay.
Fabrication request accepted. Beginning fabrication. Please stand by. Process complete. Item successfully fabricated.
Right. Oh, nailed it. Oh, I'm lost. All tangled it up. Oh my gosh. Let's see. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Just chilling, playing some Star Citizen myself. We got a new friend here showing me how to get some key cards. Let's see. Oh, nailed it.
Emergency access granted. Power on.
Alright. This is killing me not looting every single body that I pass by. I'm a loot goblin, so it's rough. Mini NPC.
Got a problem!
Oh.
I've got you covered. We're getting hit! Let's do this. Got tagged! Taking injuries! I'm wounded! Laying down, covering fire! I've got you covered!
Kind of cool if you could stun them when you flash your flashlight. Alright, let's see. Gotta get last boyo down here. Oh, what are you, a stormtrooper? Oh, my sight's off? Yeah, that's why you can't see.
Hold still, goddammit!
No pets for Minty. Did I do something wrong?
New a key card. There you go. Hey, Sean, greetings and welcome.
Damn it!
Access granted.
Who let them get away? Where the hell they gone? Are you kidding me? How we lose them? Changing cover! Ah! On now. Ah, god damn it! Someone got out! God, taking shot!
Shit. What a time to be out of ammo.
Changing cover! Friendly down! Charge!
Oh, shit.
Holy shit! They just killed him! I'm gonna shit! We're down one! Think it's a career. I'll cover you! Oh, shit! We're getting poached! They really got me! Ah, god damn it! Blood lively! That hurts! Yeah, we lost one. Shit! We're under attack! One! I'll keep them occupied. Cutters, not lively.
Alright. Oh, shit, I've only got one more mag. That sucks. Shut these up. Damn it, I don't want to lose any of my good guns, but shit, I'm about out. Guess I don't need to do that. Ooh, yes, don't mind if I do. Gotta get that good armor. Or not armor, weapon. What's that? R97? No. Once again, I'm so glad this guy knows what he's doing, because I am fighting for my life over here. Just trying to keep up, you know? Jump here. No more greed, no more cops? What? What about no more courts?
I'm annoyed.
Well, hi, Annoyed. I'm your Freakshow. How's it going? Oof. Well, what's going on, Tism? Why the annoyance?
Imprinting keycard. Keycard ready.
Whee! Oh, that one took some damage.
I am dealing with issues on a Minecraft server that I am admin.
Oh, still. Now you'd mentioned those a little bit.
It's different this time.
Really?
Access granted.
So we have drills, and that mod
yelling
became
in the
glitchy,
background.
and it's making holes everywhere.
Really? Holes as in just the programming? Like it just crashes or glitches? Or holes as in like literal physical holes in the area?
No holes like in the ground.
I mean, that could be kind of cool. Hey, Noctiveroni, welcome. And everybody else, greetings and welcome.
No, because I have to deal with it and fill the holes up and fix it.
Oh, that's... seems like a weird job to make a moderator do. Didn't know you were... when they said server maintenance, I didn't know that's what they meant.
And plus the holes are massive. It's not those creeper-size holes.
Oh. Jeez. Reading Zach, welcome. Let's see.
And I'm the only admin on duty at the moment until tomorrow.
Oh, gotcha. Damn it, don't worry, dude. I am following you. Just keep running. I'll catch up. Although I'm afraid to see why it is we're running and sneaking.
So, yay.
Yay. Lucky you, huh?
Fabrication arrest accepted. Beginning fabrication. Please stand by.
All right. Let's see, we got number 1. I like the little jingle that it plays
I guess
each
this
time.
speeds up the process of the owner trusting me to the point where she pays me my
Yeah.
first paycheck.
True. Well, that was 7, not 1?
Well,
No, we're going to the exit. We can shoot now. Firing condition authorized.
Got a problem? Yeah, you owe me though. Okay, let's do this. go! I got your back!
Oh, I hit him once. Oh no!
It's on now.
Ah, damn. I think we both died too.
And the thing is, I have to ban the item.
Ah, gotcha. Oh, I thought he died. Shit.
I got you. Go, go! Yeah, toss him one our way.
Tossing one. No, don't toss one.
I'll cover you.
So, a needle pulling thread.
Holy shit! They just killed him. Special delivery. I got you covered. Go, go! I got your back.
ZZZZ. I do not slumber, I merely lie in wait.
Here we go.
How did you get one shot off like that? That's dumb.
Go, go! I got your back. Laying down covering fire. No, seats that hurt. I'm hit.
Ugh. Hey, welcome to the stream, X. How's it going? Maybe I should be using my sniper. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
I'll cover you.
Now that, you know, all the guys are hiding.
It's on now.
Shot.
You screwed with the wrong people.
Alf, greetings and welcome. How's it going, bud?
I got you. Go, go. Today just got interesting.
That door. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Let's see. Oh, can't get up that, of course. Because that would make sense. Hey, Dara, welcome. Bet I'm not in Pyro in case you guys need the pickup. I'm sorry, I just saw your message, V. Yeah, that'd be cool. I think he's got a ship, too, though, still on standby, because we're just in the contested zone right now. Although you could always run one, too. You probably know what you're doing a little bit better than I do, anyway. Oh, yeah.
BRB.
All right. Glad to have you stop by. I think my guide is lost too. Oh shit! Or I'm just lagging out. You're good. I see you're busy. It's okay. Sorry. I'm locked in, man. Kind of dig that though. I'd like the like more mission-based FPS combat like this. That's cool. Did we not go anywhere? Not this exit. Oh, gotcha. Ana Gonzalez, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Let's see. Hey, El Pollo Libre. Greetings and welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud?
I'll cover you.
Oh, shit. It, like, refired. That was weird. Or double tapped, whatever.
I got you covered.
Yeah, see, I'm more of a stealth optional kind of guy. Like, he's got his silenced P8 and You know, run around knifing people. Just over here. Rap. Loud and proud, that's me.
I got you. Go, go.
Nice. Very slick. Yeah, I think he's lost. Oh, there's a guy. Damn. I don't know what shooting the wall was supposed to do, but it did not. Ooh, fun stuff. Apologies if you can hear the screaming in the bathroom. It's definitely not the children in the basement, I promise. Probably. I don't know, it might be. I think we watered them today. Oh, get up there. Or not.
Yo, yo, brother.
Yo, what's up, RPG? Greetings and welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? Glad to have you stop by again, as always.
Can I get you something?
Okay, because I think I got 7. Okay, so I got 4. And I got 7.
At Thaddeus C, you look familiar.
Hope you're doing well, brother.
I'm doing all right so far, thank you.
I watched some fireworks a couple hours ago.
Nice. People are already starting to shoot them off here, too. Hell. There we go. Knowing I had to do it that way, but that works.
BRB. You're muted.
Sorry, the kid was screaming. All right, that gentleman
You're muted,
headed
just letting you know.
out. So I am back on sale, available, as it were. If anybody still wants to play, Jordan V, Deducii, anybody else, you're welcome to join. Let me pull up the trading terminal real quick, or maybe not, since I don't have.
What are you going to be doing tonight?
I don't know. It depends on what you guys want to do. I was just thinking about grabbing some commodities from station to station, but I am down for whatever. Oh, let's not do that one. Oh, damn it, I'm on the wrong station.
I mean, that sounds like a plan.
Hell yeah.
Lol, I'd love to join, but I can't keep my eyes open. And do you want the clad?
That's alright. I think my friend still has, their ironclad open for me. It's docked in my bay, but I think it's on, Ruin instead of this one.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, crap. Things on Lorville. I hate having to claim them.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
But thank you very much. And hey, Max, thank you for the shares, bud. I'm heading back to MT right now, so I'm probably going to have off again, but my brain is not draining anymore.
Why did you change your name?
Oh, that's Trey? Oh. What the shit? Is it really? Hey, Toy Chica, welcome. And Virtual, I appreciate it. And thanks for being here. I still appreciate that.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Hey,
system.
Bob Rick's Comedy.
Lol,
Greetings and welcome.
because I planned on streaming tonight, but I can't get OBS to work.
Ooh, OBS is a huge pain. That's what I use, so I hear ya. If you ever need help getting all that set up, let me know. I'd be more than happy to. Hey, howdy, meowdy. Welcome to the stream, and Rich Boy Mohamed.
Saying
Welcome.
hi, but I'm off to bed 07. Have good stream.
Oh, right on. Well, hey, I appreciate you stopping by, meowdy. Hope you have a great one. Hey, Pablo Lopez. Welcome to the stream.
It doesn't detect my games, and it just shows my home screen.
Oh, yes, that is... So what you can do, what I do anyway, is yes, that's one way you can do it. But just have it display desktop, which obviously is better if you've got two desktops, so you can choose one. There is a way to set it up so it, just shows game. And yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass, unfortunately.
Hey friends. What have you been up to today?
Is that gonna work? Apparently I forgot to hit up. There we go. Another thing you can do is detect specific window. That'll work sometimes. Rain. Damn it.
Well, I thought I set it
And
to
the
show
game
whatever was on
crashed.
my screen, but it only shows my desktop now.
Really?
Matter what's on it.
Huh. Yeah, I'll have to try to help out once I'm off. Hang on, let me take a look at what my OBS says. So I'm using the display capture input, and then I just have it set for my primary monitor display, which is this one here, obviously. Just automatic and capture cursor turned on, but that's still not working for you either. Yeah, Crazy over on TikTok is having problems getting his OBS to start working. Any games I always... Yeah. Oh, you use game capture specifically? What did I just fucking say? Display capture. Hey, Fish and Chips, greetings and welcome, bud. And Jay, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Too much going on. What am I doing? Come on, Brain. Brain, stop it.
Hey, twin.
Stop it. Hey, twin, how you doing? Citizen. Yeah, Star Citizen, that's it. Hey,
Thanks,
Rosie,
he'll have
greetings
to
and
check
welcome.
later.
Right on. I'm sorry that's not working, though, man. I know that shit is super frustrating. Do I not have a... Oh, are you kidding me? I don't have... Well, I guess I got that. That works. That'll do. The party has been disbanded. Ooh, that would have been a big boom. All these missiles that I can't even use. Hey, if anybody wants missiles, I got you. I'll be your local arms dealer today. Friendly? Maybe. It depends. Where are all my little... Oh, that's right, I got rid of the little missiles. Hey, Fed Angelili. Fede? However you say your
I
name,
am
welcome.
on my way.
On your way? All right. Meet me at Ruin Station, though, if you would. Because I'm at the wrong one right now.
Okie dokie.
Друзья, welcome in Petya. Привет. Меня зовут Freakshow. Как дела? Oh. No. No. Not the whole bloody missile. I want the rack. Damn it. Nora, greetings, welcome. How
That
you doing?
will always catch me off guard.
What? Oh, the speaking in Russian.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, gotta keep you on your toes, right? Right. There we go. Oh, that went way further than I wanted. Oh, well, it'll be fine. What's the worst that a couple stray missiles can do? Right? Right? Crazy child, greetings and welcome. Yeah, I should have just moved my ship, now that I'm thinking about this. Hey, Keith, welcome. And I think there's something else. Or not. Oh, there it is. Whee, it's flying. So used to having my Hermes, it's weird to try to use a different launch or a different cargo bay. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't position those so they lock on anything. That's annoying. Oh well. Allez, welcome. I guess we'll just freeball this and hope it goes well. It's like most of my life. Just hope for the best. No clue what's going on, but we'll do it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Again, stray missiles. What's the worst? Oh, you use... Oh, never mind. Sorry. Behind the times here.
Sometimes you just gotta freeball your way through life.
Right? Hey, preaching to the choir, bud. I get it. At least that one I can position. Place, whatever. Where'd that LMG go? Oh. Oh well. It was just a basic LMG. Who cares? Granted, it did have a good scope. Well, granted, I also have like 30 of those scopes, so no problem at all. Hey, Hippie Kaisari, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, it'll be fine. Gabrielle, welcome. Let's see. Weirful, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud? And Ferdio, welcome to you. All right. Yulia, pardon me. How's it going? You are clear to leave. You know what? Let me refuel first because. Oh, I claimed it. That's right. We're also gonna do that because shield is most important. Oh, nope.
Jordan or Freakshow, can someone INV me?
Yeah. Oh shit, I need to invite Jordan too. Sorry. Crazy dog, invite sent. Fusion,
I am not even invited.
Sent. There we go. Got you guys. Got both y'all. Apologies. I'm skipping out on my hostly duties. Hey, here's Mitch again with some donuts. Much obliged, buddy, and welcome back.
Meow.
Thank you again, bud. I seriously appreciate the gifts. Hey, Ecto, welcome to the stream. Brain. There we go. It's little brain time. I still can't make that. Pruine? Kraut? Hey, the routing
Trey, are
worked.
you playing? Shit, I had the refuel bug. Can someone re-envy me?
Yes. Hold, please.
NVM.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait a minute. It says you just joined. Are you sure? Welcome to Dominus. Kenneth Rogers, welcome. Al Banner, welcome to you too. Come on. No. Come on. What are you doing? Jump. Laura, welcome. Hey, Beth, welcome to the stream too. How's it going? And Zio. Hey, Silly Femboy, greetings. And Tom, welcome. And you Poppy... Sorry, I couldn't read it all. And Ross, welcome. Ross? Jacob and Bully. And Adelina, welcome. Celine, Annabee, Reeb? Let's see. Silly Femboy Fart Launcher, that's funny. Robert, welcome, and Omelkis. Sergi, welcome, and Jasmine, Tristan, Steve. Steve. What you guys all up to today? Anything fun and exciting going on? Sorry if you already heard this bit, but fun and exciting, terrible, terrific, new, amazing, noteworthy. Anything you want to talk about, get off your chest, vent on. I'm here for you. Allahu Akbar. Greetings, salam. Welcome to the stream. Desiree, welcome to you. Bridget, welcome. Harris the Champ, welcome to you. Champion. Boys, I am 32 goth mommies out. 31, pardon me. Cozy and Danny, welcome. How you guys doing tonight? Just gonna go meet up with the crew here and start some, hopefully, commodities. I don't know, we'll see. Unless somebody wants to get into some shenanigans. Shenanigans.
I
Cleopatra,
failed the jump
welcome.
again.
You failed the jump again? I hate that. I have to do it like fucking 10 times in a row. The iron sad base. Let's do that. Okay, let's see. Holy shit, that is a huge investment. How much money do you guys have? I've got 3. So if I'm the only one, obviously if we all invest, I'll let somebody else drive.
1.5.
We got 1.5, so 4.
You have 3 million lucky.
I've been saving and trying not to die as much. Jeez. I mean, I guess we can always start small and then just work our way up. But if you guys want a cut of the profit and all that, feel free to
I just spent
pool the
so
money.
much on weapons on my new freaking ship.
Oh, true. Oh my gosh. V, you had 49 million? And no worries. That's okay. I totally get being too out of it to play. This obviously
But I still
takes
have
a
a little
lot.
bit left, so if you want that, I can give it to you.
Oh, whatever. Whatever you guys contribute, yeah, I'll make sure to give you guys your fair cuts of the profit. So the current top... Oh, wait, you know what? Let me select auto dock. I forgot about that. I am not about to... Oh, nope, not that. There we go. Oh, actually, there we go. That's a little bit... not as much profit, but... so we would get... Oh, that's all in Stanton, too.
It's so great
Hell
hanging
yeah.
out with you all.
Okay, so... Now that you're... if you have not jumped, stay where you're at in Stanton. If you have jumped, let me know. But if you failed the jump
Are
and
you
you're still
serious?
there...
I am about to finish the jump.
Oh, no. Okay. Shit. Well, I guess we can check the... We'll check the ground first. That's fine. It's fine.
It's
This
okay.
is fine.
They'll jump back.
Nope.
I am still in Stanton. I can also recall the clad and gateway if needed.
Oh, just stay where you're at. Trey, you're still in Stanton? Okay. So this first run will go from Rustville to Arc L4. So if you want to stay in Stanton...
I lost the game.
Ah, damn it. I didn't even see you join in. Welcome, people. How do I jump out here? What the fuck? There we go. Alright, so...
God damn it, people!
I know, he joined and beat us.
Always making me lose the fucking game.
Sneaky shit. Hey, Joel, welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry, wrong chat. Yeah, damn it, people, sneaky motherfucker.
Fucking hell.
But yeah,
God damn it.
Okay, so Trey, you're in Stanton still. Jordan, you're over here at Ruin already?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so Jordan and I will grab the stuff from Rustville after, if your ironclad is still available on us here. If not, we can just go to Stanton.
It should be.
Hey,
as long as it didn't brick, which I don't think it should have, because I haven't called it.
Yeah, then it shouldn't have brick yet.
It should have stayed in your hangar since I haven't called it.
Oh, shit! No. Damn it. Fucking shit. Oh, no, I lost my shit. Oh, I don't care about the stuff on the ship. I just hope I have my inventory still. Fuck. I hate that station. It's so dark. Oh. Oh, please have my inventory. I had key cards. Or comp cards, rather. Virtual says... oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't even see your message. And then you have to consider all the ships I invested in as well. Hull Sea, Mole, Prospector, Gladius, and Scorpius. Jeez. Yeah, that would bite more than a little bit. Have the key I got... Oh, there's... one. There's two. There's... Yeah, okay, cool. Still got the two I was bringing over. Ground stations and such. Not being in quantum while flying easier. Oh, yeah. Probably not being in quantum would be better. Hey, Jua. Greetings and welcome. Exit? What is the exit? Exit. Hey, Flavio. Greetings and welcome. And C. Espinita and Farrell. Welcome, guys. Let's see. Easier to break. Quantum slides around. Yeah. I just wasn't paying attention. So like I said, somebody else should drive once we get all of the expensive stuff.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'm just gonna grab... Oh no, that one's a lot slower though. Damn it. Petra, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Your vehicle has been re-fitted to the gate.
Hey, Don Von Tour, welcome. How you doing? Reds. God damn it. That's it. One of these days. One of these days. Hey, Pitrux. Hi, Trucks.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
T-Dog, welcome. And Jeff, how's it going? This is so cool. Even though most people are only staying for a little bit, I've never had so many people come straight through the stream. That's awesome. It's good to have you guys all here. Dexter Mogan, greetings. Let's see. Tralaliro, welcome. How's it going? Got your Monty eyes? Ooh, I would love to get your Monty. Just want the pearls. Need some of, some of those AAA pearls. Hey, Crazy, welcome back. ESO fan, and hey, Maxie, welcome to the stream, bud. Glad to have you stop in. How you doing?
That's crazy.
Hey, that's crazy, man. That's right, I saw you. How you doing? Hey, Ocean, welcome, and thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Yepa Verp, greetings.
I was summoned.
You're always summoned, Crazy. Wasn't summoned to give me shit for being able to fly like a professional asshole.
Yes, I have to go to sleep, but y'all have fun XD.
Aw. Well, I appreciate you stopping in anyway. Even if you can't stay. Always good to have you. Hey, Cobbler Lover, and Popeye, and Mr. Salcio, and Matt. Greetings, guys. Welcome to the stream. Fruin. Hey, thank you for the likes, bud. I appreciate it, Mr. Salcio. So, I'm sorry, I can't catch it by the time it goes away. Salchicho.
Where'd you say this cargo is going? RFL 4?
Yes, it'll be going from Rustville to ArcL 4, CMAT, construction materials. So, I mean, really, even if you've already got whatever you need, you can always do it too. Don't have to wait for my dumb ass. Am I already at Ruin? I'm at Bloom. What the fuck?
To wait, but I'm gonna wait.
Ah, well, fine.
He's got the time.
Even though if I don't have to make that jump, I ain't making that jump. I'll meet you guys in Arco 4.
I am
Fucking
not...
hate the gateways.
Oh, you know what? Helps to turn Quantum back on, maybe. There we go. Okay. Target acquired. Katarina, greetings and welcome.
32 goth mommies.
Mario and Rusky and AR and Impella. We'll go with that. How's it going? Alright, let's hope I don't just crash land on the station again. Kaylee, welcome to you. As well, disable
Let's not do that.
I'm still proud of myself. I did not crash your ironclad more than once.
Dude, I'm surprised that thing's still alive.
Daniel, greetings, welcome. And Dylan, how's it going?
I'm not gonna lie. I was really expecting... That's why I asked if you needed it again, because I kind of figured that you guys crashed it last night.
No, we just did that one mission, completed that last drop. I forget, did we actually get it to work, or did it...
Yeah, we finished it.
Nice. Congrats us. Hey, Robobuns, greetings, and George and VR and Mellow Mealer, welcome guys. How you all doing today? Alright.
Freakshow, I'm sending you 1.5 million to buy cargo.
Hell yeah. I don't know if it'll let you send that much, but hell yeah.
Yeah, you can't send 1 million anymore.
Really?
What?
I thought you could still do 1 million.
It's like the tax now. Since it's like a tax, it's 1 million. So it doesn't allow. You have to do like
Hey, Charlotte, welcome, and
something thousand.
Fredkey. Welcome to the stream, guys. How you doing?
Stupid.
Oh yeah, it still let you send it.
It did?
Hell yeah.
It did.
Thank you.
Dang, proved me wrong. Making me
I
look
was gonna say, I mean, the
stupid.
tax on that was only like $700. I was like, whatever,
Dang,
man, that's fine.
53 people on TikTok watching.
Right?
God damn.
Never had that many. This is awesome. Super glad to have
Hold
you
those
all.
numbers.
And Fred, greetings, welcome.
It's okay. Remember me when you blow up.
Yeah, like that'll ever happen.
Shit, maybe.
But yes, always. You'll be dear in my heart. Somewhere. I don't know. I'll find you eventually. Nidarad and Tigo, greetings, guys. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Lara, welcome, and AMG. Like, it's all I can do to keep up with greeting when I see the names pop up. Oh, and On, and Justice, and Brina. Greetings, guys. Welcome, and Jeros. How's it going?
Full stack of people. 64 people.
Jeez, someone's getting popular.
Totally not 014G. Welcome. AK, greetings. I am 17 Goth Mommies out. Raver 620, greetings, welcome.
I am 0 goth mommies out.
Luvidoka, Privet Tovarich, меня зовут your Freakshow cocktail. No name, welcome, and Anio.
What does that mean?
Says, so Privet is hello, меня зовут your Freakshow, my name is your Freakshow. Cocktail is how are you?
Oh, cool. I wish I could learn a different language.
I go through my ADHD phases a lot. So I knew Norwegian for a while. Now I can't remember shit for Norwegian, which is kind of annoying because it was fun to learn.
I didn't even know that was a language.
From
Norwegian?
Norway.
Hola.
Yeah, I did not know that was.
It's really similar to Swedish or what's the other one up there? Norway, Sweden, Iceland?
Finnish.
Finland. Yeah, there we go. Finnish. They're all pretty much branches off of German. and yet I can't do
Hey
German
friends,
for some reason.
what have you been up to today?
Hey, Kanks and L, welcome to the stream.
I know one word in German. Nine.
Nein, ich kein.
Do you speak German? Nine.
Ich kein verstehen Sie Deutsch.
Isn't Finnish Slavic?
Yes, Magify, welcome. Finnish is one of the Slavic languages. Let's see. Fuck, I wish I could remember.
Wow, no welcome to me, so rude lol.
I said welcome back to.
Are those considered Slavish languages?
I thought they were. Or no, they're Nordic languages, not Slavic. My apologies.
Yeah.
Russian, and its
Russian
descendants
is Slavic.
Apologies. Haunted Games
I was
House,
gonna
welcome.
say, would Norway, Finland, and there's
Yeah.
no way those are Slavic languages.
No, Nordic languages. My bad. I got caught up in the moment. Sorry.
I know I have to say F you in
confused
sign
me.
language.
That one's easy. I like that one too.
It would be funny as hell if they were Slavic languages, though, because they're not Slavic countries.
Right? The Slavs just took over back in the 1200s, you know? Let's see.
What is it? Like, there's somewhere where it's like Asia or some shit and they speak Spanish.
Really?
How do you say that?
Yeah, because this you know,
I'm
the
gonna show it
Spaniards
right
took
now.
them over a while ago.
Hey,
So now they just speak
Taiki and
Spanish.
Michael, welcome. Or Mitchell, pardon. Is it Michael or Mitchell? Either way, welcome. Okay, I'm gonna get to 11 kilometers this time and slow down because
How do you have
my
67
dumbass.
people in here?
I know, right? It's awesome. I never have this many friends
Came into
join
that
in.
hangar way too
I'm enjoying it. Melik, welcome.
At Haunted Games House, hello.
You know what,
No, no, no,
66
no, no, no,
people,
no, no,
I'm
no,
still
no,
number
no.
one on your viewer rankings.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Christy, welcome.
It's because that
And
one
Lionel.
night where I donated a bunch.
Exactly, that's gotta be it.
At Thunder Lewis J. Hey, Thunder Lewis.
Yay, Thunder's in here. And hi, Haunted Games. I forget if I said it, but thank you so much for stopping by. How you doing, bud?
Ooh, I could shoot a missile at you.
I was gonna say, what the fuck? I just got targeted by something.
At Haunted Games House, how's it going?
Do it.
Hello.
It's my ship.
If
Do
you
it.
know, you know, lol.
I'm not in your ship.
He's not in.
Hello, Corbin. Greetings.
Oh,
Welcome
you're not
back,
in the
bud.
Ironclad?
How you doing?
I might just
thought you
shoot
were.
one. I missed.
Welcome back, man.
Oh, it's not my ship?
Welcome.
Then really do it. What the fuck?
It's not worth it for him getting
I'm playing Dying Light.
oh, fuck. Crime stat. Dying
You
Light?
get crime stat at stations and pyro?
Thought so. You not? I don't know. I'm
Well,
not a
one way to find out.
PvP or pirate. You.
BRB.
Oh, I heard the gift noise in my game. I'm like, or my TikTok. I'm like, oh shit, he is shooting at me. You break?
Got
my
one.
gosh.
I missed.
At Haunted Games House, that's
Second
good to
one,
hear,
too.
brother. It's better to be
And
good
thank you
than
very much,
terrible.
Haunted Games. I appreciate the Go Popular and the Heart Maze Man. And Mr. Salchishot, however you say your name, apologies. Thank you. I think I already said it, but for the GG. Oh my gosh, why am I driving like I'm fucking drunk tonight? Fuck. The one night I don't drink
Fucking
on
drunk
stream.
tonight?
And I can't fly for shit. Cosmo, greetings and welcome. And Ypsilon.
The alcohol helps you drive better.
Oh.
Yes, apparently it does. No, stop, just
At
land.
Thunder Lewis
Land.
J. I've been playing Tilted
Like a
Back
glove.
To the Future on purple.
There's no way you landed that. I looked over and you were spinning around.
Got a red. I can't.
Spinning like a damn Beyblade.
Hey,
At
Gabriel,
Haunted
Romaine,
Games
welcome.
House, how's that going?
Oh my gosh.
The ship just blew up.
What the fuck just happened?
Why is it pink?
I don't know, but I made it out alive. That's, I'm not even gonna ask questions.
At Thunder Lewis J. Use your join again on Purple My Guy.
Hey guys, welcome.
Hero. 74 people.
Hey, Haunted, what chapter have you got to now? Oh, wrong. Hanger. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. I tell you what. I'm gonna kick your ass. Hey, Stoza, welcome to the stream. To the entrance.
At Haunted
I'm almost
Games
there,
House,
guys.
more than likely I will.
3 hours later. Hey, Mari, welcome.
At Thunder Lewis J. Awesome Zaddy.
Gotta get the Caterpillar. That's like one of my favorite cargo ships.
I haven't tried the Caterpillar. I saw it for sale, though. Summon the Ironclad.
Stand by. Please visit us
Alright.
again.
At Haunted Games House, yeah.
Boys, let's get to it. Hey, Dickie D, greetings and welcome. And Anastasia, привет, товарищ. Меня зовут Freakshow. Как дела? David Majeski, welcome. Majeski. And Mr. Galia Gabois. I apologize. I butchered that. That is not the right hanger. What the shit?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Hey, you know, you could have made that jump by now.
I don't think I got enough fuel.
Told not to, so I didn't, and now I'm on Arc L4. I ain't going back.
Giorgio, welcome. I am going to drop off all my shit, though, so I don't lose the super expensive, fancy key cards. Because that would be bad.
Gotta find the fucking...
CRT, I'm going to keep that on me. And ammo, don't need that. Hey, Stella, greetings, welcome. Full? Yes, that's full. Alright. Now boarding. Well, maybe. Now I gotta figure out how the fuck to get up there. Ladder it is.
I normally just use the cargo bag.
Right. I mean, the
I
ladder
am
goes
on
into the cargo
episode
bed.
2 on Back to the
Cargo
Future
bay.
Telltale.
Episode 2, nice. How many episodes is on that one, Haunted? Oh, you just... Uh-oh. Oh, yep, there we go. Alright. Now I just gotta figure out this...
I believe 5 episodes.
5? Hell yeah. You're almost halfway. How long you been playing the Back to the Future one? Just a week now? Come on. Is there like a barrier or something in that? Why do I always get stuck when I try to come out of that one?
I don't know. I think it's bugged.
No. It's bugged?
I love
You don't say.
Telltale games.
Who would have guessed?
Would have guessed Star Citizen had bugs.
Hey, Paul, welcome. I do like the Telltale games, but those are like the one game I can actually watch. Because I just don't think fast enough to make the decisions, honestly. Is this a... It is a top loader. Fantastic. Shield system is
Come on, UNC.
Come on, Ink. Power plant better not be offline. Definitely is, though. Shit.
I got something for you.
Do you? I hope it's a middle finger. Of course, I can't turn on the power plants either. Damn it. Alright, I'm opening the
Didn't
exterior
hit
if you
me,
want
that's
to.
surprising.
Hey, see, I can control myself sometimes.
Already know.
What? Why are your power plants not working? There we go. Hey, oh shit, hey, thank you so much for becoming a super fan, Haunted Games. Much obliged, bud. That's awesome, thank you. Shout out to Haunted Games House. He's a fellow streamer that likes to play a
Cut
lot
with
of
the
vintage games, horror games. Been doing some Telltale lately, if you guys didn't see. Awesome dude to watch. Dude, seriously, why is one of the power plants, like, offline or something? Okay, sorry, you all settled in there? I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Alright. And we're off as soon as I... Oh, wait, we gotta go to the... Yeah, that helps. Alright, let's go. Pyro, gateway. Nope, we're not. How about Stanton? Yeah, there we go.
I always support you as a friend.
Hell yeah. Almost always in here. I appreciate it very much. And Trey, whenever you start streaming, I'll get you too. Okay, where's the waypoint? Am I not seeing the waypoint? And thank you for the trees of life. Those are the cosmic trees. Okay, towards the planet, maybe? Hey, thank you for becoming a super fan too, Crazy. Much obliged. Crazy's looking at starting to stream here too shortly. That'd be pretty neat. Excited to watch him. He plays a lot of Star Citizen. Okay, where's...
No pets for Minty. Did I do something wrong?
There's the planet at least. Is it just like a routing glitch? Nice. Alright, again. Greetings to Goat and Monkey as well.
Follow
Welcome.
Crazy.
Hell yeah, much obliged, bud.
Thought we were going to Rustville.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad you saved me from being even more stupid. Thank you. Because I couldn't get anything else to work anyway, so. And I totally forgot that's where we were going. Because I'm smart. It turns eventually.
Oh, indeed. That thing turns like a fucking freight train.
Yes, yes it does. Hey, Becky. Oh, and thank you for all the other emojis, or emotes. Much obliged, Haunted Games.
Make sure to get Freakshow Superfan to unlock a W.DOS.me emotes chat.
Thank you. Ooh, Haunted. We were cleaning the house. Well, my wife was cleaning the house today and found, so that very first emote that you got there in the list, got that. Alright, the light is bad, but got a holographic giant-ass sticker of it. Not gonna lie, Trey, I think that was your clicks last night. Like, it's gotta be. That's the only way that the algorithm would do this.
What, my auto-click?
Yeah. Getting up as high as it did in the likes. Alright. So, if that is actually, you know, causality.
The tactical auto-clicker, it works.
Right? Much obliged for that.
Shit, that one night, I had you at like 100 and something thousand likes.
True. Maybe it just takes a while to catch the
Yeah,
algorithm, I guess.
because it's yeah.
Hey, Neil, welcome. See, this is the one thing I like about with streaming is, like, a lot of people say that, oh, well, I'm afraid I'll get, stage fright or nervous or I'm awkward in front of people. Like, sure, it says I've got 51 people in the stream right now, but I don't see them. So they're just numbers. Numbers I can talk
You're
to
only
that
talking to
occasionally.
like 10 of them.
True.
I'm stuck in this fucking elevator.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me?
Where at?
Arc L4.
Nice.
It won't go anywhere. I can't get to my hangar. I can't get to the lobby, any of the pads.
I assume you've spam clicked.
Yep.
Damn. Hey, Ali, welcome.
It says I'm at my hangar, but I'm not.
You walk through the wall?
Can I? No.
Aw.
Well, actually, it says that I'm traveling to my hangar. It doesn't even say that I'm at my hangar. I may have to exit the menu and come back.
Aw. Yeah, that's alright if you have to.
Hope this doesn't break your ship.
Hopefully not.
It shouldn't, because I'll still be in the party when I'm in the menu.
You're right.
Because that's what I did last night, was I just stayed in the party while in the menu. The menu doesn't have AFK.
True.
The game does.
Hey, Mia, greetings. And Luis Alfonso, greetings. Jaden as well, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing tonight? Victor, greetings, welcome. And Junior, welcome to you too. Keelan, welcome. Or is it Kylan? Where are we, Robin? What's going on? Oh, okay. I see the planet now. I think. Maybe? That's what... No, I can't tell. It wouldn't lead us astray, right? Like, there's no way. Yeah, Star Citizen would just drop us somewhere random, right? Are you having fun there? You don't see me. Hey, Rhino, greetings. Welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing tonight? There we are. All right. Fingers crossed. Elevators work. Will it into existence? Hey, Colin Mitch, welcome back. And Judith, greetings. Thank you for joining from the invite. Aja, greetings.
Nuh-uh.
Universe. Interstar Citizen. Okay. How you doing tonight, Judith? What you up to? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Everything's failing.
There it goes.
Hey, YM, greetings. Borg, welcome. And hey, thank you so much for the follow, Judith. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, we got to finish our chess game here sometime. Hey, Alex.
Cigar.
You're welcome.
W follow.
Indeed. Oh, hey, I'm back in the ship. Awesome. All right, even better.
W streamer chat right here.
Well, fuck.
Break now.
Nope, still good.
Still the elevators.
Oh, still the elevators? Fuck. A Rustville.
I reloaded, and then I left the hab, came into the elevator to go to my hangar, and then it sent me to the docking port 1. And then now I can't recall the elevators to get to my hangar. I'm just kind of stuck on docking port 1.
Might have to backspace and then just fly back there, I guess.
Judith
Hey, Steven and Gaming,
I know
welcome.
he's a cool friend of mine. He's a chill dude.
Well, thank you for the share again, Haunted. I appreciate you.
But if I backspace, will it send me right here?
It'll just send you like to your actual medical bed.
Okay.
Why am I not? There we go.
At Haunted Games House Cool.
Shit, it still won't let me jump.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, oh, oh. Hey, there we go. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to land on the planet. Scared now.
Don't crash. All we ask.
Hey, Elaine, and more of the same. Greetings, guys. Welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? Simona, welcome. So pretty and blue here. I like it.
I think I'm gonna leave the Gladius. We have more cargo room.
Oh yeah. RR Construction, greetings. It's too bad you can't like dock the ship on top of the platform and it would like just lock in place. Like on the hangar doors. Hey, Herman and Welsh, welcome. Rhino, welcome back, bud. How's it going? Boy, this is taking a little bit. This is when I get impatient and want to just use the QT straight in. Alright, come on now. Someday. You gonna try to take out when the ship's moving again? Hey, Delilah, welcome. You going to try to take off when the ship's moving again?
Oh. Hopefully I don't die this time.
Okay, look, I'm going straight. I'm trying not to move.
Person here.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Oh. I got hooked on the. My minigun got hooked up on the front.
Oh, good job, bud.
No,
Good job. Now you gotta redo the jump.
I mean, shit, at this rate, you might as wow, shit, I'm gonna need help with all these, but, I mean, you might as well stay in Stanton at this rate. Hey, Noah and Nightfall, greetings, guys. Welcome to the stream.
Okay, I'll come over there.
Thank you for the heart, mate. I appreciate it, Nightfall.
Reluctantly, but I'll come over there.
Do you need to pick you up?
Well, the funny thing is, the Ironclad took literally no damage from that. That's awesome. Oh, there we go. Tropical Toucan, greetings and welcome.
Taking off.
Okay, where's the...
Oh yes, we love getting fucking 15 frames a second. Jesus Christ, what is happening?
Only the best. Where's the landing pad here? Hello?
Hey bro, I am not gonna be able to stop by for long. I am just dealing with a lot of shit right now.
Oh, well, that's okay, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if you want to talk or anything if you need to. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes at least better, if not completely
It's so weird having to like pay attention to what I'm calling. Or like what I'm claiming.
Hey,
Because
thank
normally
you
I'll
for
just
the
like
go
claim the
poppers,
first
but
one and then go drive that. But the first one now is the command module.
Ooh. Yeah, that would suck.
So,
Oh, there's one.
if I claim the command module, you'll still have the ironclad, but you can't drive it.
I'll just fucking disappear. Oh, this is not gonna go well.
I am a man ill be fine ill, just get over it.
That's not how that works, and you know it. Oh, no, wrong way. Damn, mirrored controls. What is going on?
ZZZZ. I do not slumber, I merely lie in
Oh my
wait.
gosh, what is going on? What am I stuck on? There's literally nothing there.
Yay, mental health sucks. I've been going through a lot, Axo.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. It really sucks, dude. I know it never seems to make any difference what you do, but if you ever need to talk, like I said, you know how to hit me up, bud. I'm here for you. That goes for everybody. Oh, the controls are locked. Some of them, anyway. Like, I can't pan and tilt anymore. I mean, I guess that's fine. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, I've been
there we
getting
go.
attacked on YT and TikTok.
Dude, for real? That's stupid. I'm sorry, man. Do you think it's still from that same person? Watch, after all this, the fucking landing pad won't even work. Oh, there we go. Oh, don't turn the ship off this time. For once. All right. Open. Oh. Oh, that's not good.
I'm on my way.
Guess who doesn't have a tractor beam?
Any tractor
Oh,
beam
no,
or
I
the
was
max
just
lift?
with my dead body, but
Either of them. Oh, it's on your dead body. Ah. I mean, most of them stick around, so I don't know why mine randomly disappeared, but... C'est la vie. Лодочка, привет, товарищ, меня зовут Юрик, как дела? I mean, hopefully we could probably get your tractor beam to work, but then again, I guess we can't get them, like, in the ship.
I mean, you can use the ones at the front to pull them out, and then if you go into operations, you can use the one on the hangar to hopefully be able to see it.
Oh, true.
a two-person job.
Ooh, I've got a
Or
feeling...
maybe you could use the one on top, the weird one,
Oh, that's a good call.
to put them through the opening in the top.
Hey, Mama Peter, and
You just have to
everybody
do
else,
it a
welcome
little
to stream, guys.
weird, but maybe it would work. I don't know. I'm at the gateway. I'm on my way. Well, I'm at the station for the gateway. Where's the actual fucking gate?
I want to know where the commodity terminal is here. That's going to take a minute. All right, let's see. Hey, Kip Petrov, welcome. Basement? Hmm. Is this even an option? It's down here. Nothing. Good to know. Oh. Okay, I guess we'll...
On the commodities terminal.
Are you already here?
I'm not.
Oh.
I bought some commodities at Roseville like once or twice.
Oh, cool.
Took me like 30 minutes to find the commodities thing though.
Jumping now.
Trading post. Is this commodities? Shop terminal. Storage. No. Oh, I can get a multi-tool though. I think they have the grab lift here anyway. Let's see. Cambio SRT. Knife. There we go. Hey, you quit that. No yawning allowed.
That was a cough with a little bit of.
That was a cough.
Yawn.
That was the weirdest cough I've ever heard, dog. That was a yawn.
Definitely a cough.
That was a yawn. That was full yawn, no cough.
You know I'm yawning. It's not even like 4 o'clock yet when I usually go to sleep.
No, I feel that.
I was gonna say.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Hey, Blondie.
I don't know why
and
I'm
Scott,
yawning. I'm not
greetings,
even at
welcome.
work yet.
My paint away from my new Gladius. Won't even let me put it on anymore.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find a trading terminal.
I need some new armor.
Anybody know where they are here?
Do I still need to come to Pyro or do you need me?
Nah, you're good.
The Stanton.
I just gotta figure out where the hell I need to go.
Oakley dokley.
Oakley dokley. Okay, now I can't even find the fucking
What's up, Ned Flanders?
Ned Flanders.
Let's see. 69 viewers. Nice.
Alright, 60 gas mommies out.
It's the gas mommies.
God damn it, where is this stupid exit? I hate this place. I'm not having a good time. Is that the exit? Hey, I found the exit. Okay. I just gotta resume my search for the, you know.
I don't know if Break knows he's muted in Discord or not.
I do now. I'm sorry, I thought you were...
What you playing?
In chat still. So I do have a tractor beam now, so you're good where you're at. I just am trying to find the commodity terminal. Judith, I am playing Star Citizen. Or trying to, anyway. I keep muting Discord so I don't keep repeating the same things over and over to you guys.
Okay.
And keep forgetting to unmute.
I want to go to Stanton. I'm gonna Stanton Pyro.
Okay, I'm gonna drive because. Wow, that is not helpful at all. Just want to see where I'm going.
No pets for Minty. Did I do something wrong?
I bet it's down there, isn't it? Shit. Welcome back,
Even
Mitch.
for the commodities thing still.
Yeah. This place is too
I
spread
know
out.
there's like 3 different sections to that place.
I was gonna say I didn't realize it was this big. I've been up at this top section before, but I didn't realize there was a lower village as well. That's probably gonna be where it is.
Yeah, if you get in that ship, I think I can point it out.
Oh my gosh, I just ramped the mule up into the Gladius. Or the Gladius,
Yeah,
the
it
Ironclad.
just showed up on your screen.
That's cool.
I am playing Resident Evil 9, got some new weapons I want to try.
Nice. I liked 9.
Pyro.
Oh my gosh, why is my heat shooting up?
And it's hot.
Some hot damn. Yeah, but I'm in your ship. Oh no. Oh. What the shit? What the fuck?
67 goth mommies away.
Ooh, that was intimidating. Oh, I made it before the ground disappeared again.
We got a raft.
Apparently he knows where they are.
I think it might be on your right. Should be like a down arrow on your right side.
Down arrow on my right side?
Down like the commodity thing. I think it's that building.
Lost. Like this complex here, you mean? I know there's lag.
Yeah, not that one. Go up. I know it has like a ramp going into it with like a big open door.
Ramp with a big open door. Maybe that area?
That's like the landing pad kind of area. It's gonna be to your right, I think. Go up like top right, kind of. Yep, up there.
Oh, is that? Maybe? It's got a... Oh, like a small little thing?
No, it's gonna be like a big building.
Just flying around like I'm drunk. Still. It's an AA gun. I guess this one has... No, maybe not. Perseus... Polaris, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's that place, because that's... Oh, it's got a ramp on it. Maybe that is it.
Maybe, I don't know, it's been like a week or two since I've done this.
Wish this Hermes wasn't right here.
Blow it up.
Yeah, I'd get all the AA batteries to start firing.
They don't got the nerve.
Alright. Stand it on my nose. Actually, technically yours. Alright. Let's do that. Up Just a little bit. Ah, that'll work. Maybe.
I think it is that building.
It
So I
is?
remember there's being like one of those elevators right outside of it.
Oh, don't
And
fall
that
through the
Hermes looked
floor.
like it
Oh, good, I didn't.
right on top of it.
Gotcha, gotcha. Let's try her out. Back down we go. Hey, Tiny, or Teeny, Tinny, and Anna Maria, welcome. So, Judith, what new guns did you get on the Resident Evil? Just used the Force. Shop terminal.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's gonna be inside though.
Inside. Ah, yes. This is it. Fantastic. Alright. So should I buy all, or should I buy a tester first?
The one with the money.
Oof. Oh no, they're all 8s, too. I mean, it'll work eventually, right?
Sure. Only if that Hermes wasn't there.
Yeah. Right on top of the stupid thing, too. Use the Force. Contracted. I might have to just go back up to the... Yeah, I'm gonna go up to the other one. I don't want to risk that. Well, I don't know. We'll try it. It's probably not gonna work. Nailed it.
It's so great hanging out with you all.
Come on. Come on. Let go.
Finally at Pyro.
Yay. Well, it sounds like it's working. Fingers
Clatter,
crossed.
Carbine, Ghost, Grudge, and the Redemption.
Nice. What's the Ghost Grudge do? Like, what kind of gun is that? Hey, Stuart and Terry's Nebula. Readings, guys. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, cool. Okay, it will work so far.
Not sure yet need money to buy.
Yeah, I hear that. It's at halfway. Look, whatever. Uh-oh. It's just at capacity in general? Oh, here we go. The elevator, whatever. 72.
Talking about in-game money.
Oh, gotcha. I was confused for a little bit there, but didn't want to bother you. Come on. Come on, you. Why won't you select? I'm gonna guess that it's... Yeah, we'll just settle for that. That'll be a good start. especially since I'm loading alone for now. Ooh, this might be trouble. I didn't think about this part. Come on. Come on. It's just lifting up the ship. Okay. It's getting slow going.
Of course, I failed to jump. Every time.
I hope that's you next to me. Yes, it is. I hope.
It is.
Okay.
It's me.
I was gonna be scared there for a minute.
The Aurora doing stupid shit. Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to move this fucking Hermes. But I'm trying to get it at an angle where I can get back into the Aurora while still being able to get into the Hermes. You know?
Yeah.
Because I don't want the Aurora to be just a new problem. But at the same time, I want this Hermes out of the way. But I should
watch the whole ship just come down on top of me. Oh, I fell.
That should work, I think. That should be fine.
Oh, good go.
Maybe.
Good go. Almost got it. Oh,
hey,
hey,
there
we
we
go.
Cargo. You want to steal their cargo?
Is it contracted? If it's not contracted, hell yeah, they deserve to pay us for this extra hassle.
No kidding. I can't even pick it up. That's annoying. They have cargo, but it's broke.
Alright. Oh, shit. Oh, there you go. All right, got those ones done. Only like 50 more.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, you can go in and start trying to stack the boxes in the ship.
Be there in a second. Oh my goodness, I didn't fail the jump this time.
Hell yeah.
How do people even fucking manage this?
Almost crashed though.
Surprised the ship's not bricked. Oh, you just sent your ship line.
Yeah, well.
There you go, you're clear though.
It doesn't have fuel, or it doesn't have a power plant. I don't know.
If it's the power plant, you might have to manually turn it on.
So, that's what I thought. But I don't.
Do this.
Yeah, that's annoying. It's a bricked ship.
Ah.
So, I can't do much with it.
Can you self-destruct it?
Won't that kill me, though?
It gives you a time limit. You just gotta move.
Oh, how big is the self-destruct on that?
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is we've got 3 ships over here. I mean,
Well, then just make sure don't make a big boom. Make it make small boom.
Oh, I'm starting to overheat. That's cool. Ah, issue after issue.
Move that mole out, you can just get inside that.
Oh my god, are we
I'm
fucking
trying to
serious?
overheat.
Whatever, just clip through the fucking wall. I don't care. I don't know. Oh yeah, there ain't no way in hell I'm getting back to my Aurora. There ain't no way in hell.
Oh shit, can you revive me or take me to a... Oh no, I can still move. I'm just super overheated. Shit.
Get in the Aurora.
Oh, we couldn't get in the Aurora.
I fucked up the Aurora's parking job so bad.
Got landing gear. Oh, I thought I just blew up.
Does the
I'm
this
like,
thing have
yeah,
AC? I hope it does.
It should just...
Yeah.
I don't think there's AC in the cargo hold.
You can just bring it outside, so when you overheat, you just hop in that, and you move boxes.
There we go. Whew. I'm just gonna move this to the pad. Oh. You motherfucker. I'm surprised you can pick me up when I'm in it though. That's kind of cool.
That's kind of funny.
Oh my gosh, it totally messed up the car though.
Did it?
Unless that was still you.
No, I don't think so.
Alright. Yay, at least that works though. That's cool. That well, one, that you can pick up the car, but two, that the car cools me off enough.
Ew.
Hey, welcome back.
Of course, your 60 goth mommies away.
Our community just teared up.
Hell yeah. W for us, Haunted. It's like
See what chat.
the
My
most
bad.
complicated load up. Hey, Mikelta, thank you for the share. Or, yeah, we'll go with that for how I say it. How you doing today, bud? Oh, I missed. Oh. Barrel coming at me at Mach 10.
Oh, that is not what I want.
That's what he said. Hey, Matt Delaney, welcome. How's it going tonight, bud? Alright, let's see. Hey, Jen, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? Let's see. Me6OU, welcome. MI6OU? Oh my gosh, we still have 34.
That is... Did I not turn on the power? Does it not have... What the fuck?
What's going on now?
The tractor turret's not working, and I don't really know why.
Yeah, the power may not be on for it.
It looked like it had power. I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb. Very possible too.
Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna attempt it. I guess I am like right under the engine. I don't know if it's that or just pyro in general. It's overheating.
I think it's just pyro in general because I'm hot as fuck too. So.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Man, why you gotta make it weird?
What's weird about one bro telling another bro? You gotta tell the homies you love them before you.
Motherfucker.
You gotta tell the homies you love them before you kiss them to bed at night. Gotta tuck them in.
It's not gay. It's homosexual.
Right? Ooh, I'm starting to lag real bad. Well, real bad, not really, I guess. Bad enough. Okay, and I'm gonna need to...
No pets for Minty. Did I do something wrong?
Cool down for a second. Hey, Raoul, welcome. I forgot the car keys, Mom. Where's the car? Where'd you put the car keys for the car? I don't know, that's the Jersey accent, right?
No idea.
Oh, so, fucking Jordan.
I am soon Bubba.
I'm trying to get him to give me money. It's not working.
Orson is dead, that's good. I'm SpongeBob as well.
I am SpongeBob. Oh, wait.
10 goth mommies out.
10? Jeez. That's good. I can still use your help.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Moon. How you feeling today? Any better, I hope? So much fun loading up cargo.
No.
No? I'm sorry to hear that. Aside from that, how are you doing today? Or is that how you're doing today? Commodity trading.
And I tried to smoke green and
One
it did
goth
not
mommy.
work.
They got a system here. That makes things a little bit easier. Just ricochet the boxes off the wall and call it good. Hope it doesn't
I have to go
hit
back
you.
for a new one.
It won't. I'm in the tractor beam now.
Alright, next haul. Oh, you mean that kind of, like, physically the thing didn't work. Gotcha. I was thinking you mean it didn't help symptoms at all. Hey, Pierre, welcome back.
Yeah. That's a name right there.
No, I didn't get the chance.
Hey, Sophia, thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. How you doing tonight? Wish this wouldn't restock the crates every time. Okay. My math ain't mathin', but I'm pretty sure 96 plus whatever one of those crates weighs is still like at the capacity for the crate carrier.
I did a 12-mile bike ride for nothing.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that would be awful. Especially if you're sick. MGK, greetings, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud?
You got Machine Gun Kelly in the stream?
It's Ghost. He dead.
No, I didn't think so. I don't know, maybe he is.
Hey Siri.
I
Is
don't think
Machine
so.
Gun Kelly dead?
Machine Gun Kelly was born April 22nd, 1990.
Not what I
He
asked.
is 36 years old.
He's 36 years old.
Damn,
He's
I
still
didn't
alive.
realize he's that close to my age. Huh. Damn, I'm old.
Just about to call you a geezer.
that old.
So.
Hey, I am close to the same age as a famous rapper guy.
Rapper person who can't decide what the fuck he's gonna do with his music, so he went into alternative music.
Is he now? Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yep. He stopped being a rapper, so he went into like, I don't even know, Pierce the Veil type music.
No shit.
Yeah.
The more you know.
After the Eminem thing happened where he was getting dissed by
I
Eminem,
got back and I checked it and
he
I
lost so
started burning.
bad
I was like,
that
"F
he had to
this is
switch his
about to
career
go."
into alternative music.
Man,
No
Eminem beat him
pets
so
for
bad he
Minty.
switched
Did I do
genres.
something wrong?
Nope.
Oh man. Yeah, see, at our stores, just for regular vapes, they make you check it before you leave the
Hey,
store.
by the way, this is my 6th time playing Resident Evil 9 LOL.
Oh jeez, I played through it the one time and that was good. I'm not big on horror games usually. Oh my gosh, if I could quit hitting myself with the crates.
I believe in you.
Well, there's your first mistake. Oh, just did that time.
I want this weird boat ship right here with the big guns on it.
I am only 420. They can't do that.
Is that the Percy or?
I don't know what it's called. Actually, let me see.
22W.
Oof. Yeah,
I have no idea.
Jordan's like, man, I don't know what the fuck it is. It looks like a boat.
I mean, let's go with that.
It's the boat ship. I don't know what the hell it's called.
Works for me.
You have your boating license. Hey, you made it, and then almost crashed.
I've been shooting at you for like 20 minutes.
You have? I haven't even heard it.
Yeah. Tell me if I have some more guns. Jeez.
I think I fucked up somewhere. I don't think those are
I'm gonna
lined
use
up.
my missiles on this big ship over here. I don't want to blow it up. I don't think I can blow it up. But...
I'm sure you could, but
Please
I
don't
know
blow
what's
up
wrong,
the
but it ain't got
ironclad.
no gas
I
in
don't
it.
want to deal with it.
you're right. Actually, that's literally
I
the
do
problem,
not.
Haunted.
He ain't got
So
no
I have
gas
to
in
get
it.
up early for this.
Ooh, that sucks.
Alright, time for tiny missiles.
Where are you? You're not shooting at the Hermes, are you?
If I was.
I'm right next to the Hermes.
At the big boat ship.
Ooh, last
I did
load.
no damage to it. I missed my first 2 missiles to hit the ground. Alright. Still got a raft over here. We gotta watch out for them.
Oh, they're active?
Yeah, they just landed like pretty close to us. Actually, I'm gonna go kill them.
Go kill him.
I'm going to go murder them. Hopefully I don't die, because I don't want to make the fly again.
I mean, if they're just a
Hopefully I
raft,
don't die,
they're
'cause
not,
I'm not doing
they're not
this
really a
shit.
threat to us, just so you know.
They're a threat to my... What do you call it? A threat to
Jordan's
my...
like, they're a threat because I said that they're a threat. I want to kill them.
I guess so. I guess I'll take that.
I am
Gotta act like an NPC.
SpongeBob. Away.
I don't think you got to do much acting, Jordan.
What's that supposed to mean?
God damn, you
So, yeah.
fucking hucking these bitches in here. God damn.
I'll make
Should've
sure it
played
gets in all
baseball
the
with
way.
that arm. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. That one went into the fucking turret behind the cargo bay.
So I don't know if he saw me or
Also, today
he's
was
blind, but
bad.
he looked directly at me and looked away.
Well, he
He
probably
has
does.
some cargo on the elevator.
I mean, it's probably just contracted though, so it doesn't really do any good. Didn't realize you pirated in your spare time.
Not even worth taking, honestly.
Got him. Got him. That's my commodities now, boy.
Oh boy.
Know your place.
My goodness.
Oh, I missed one. Damn it.
I think it is. It's just neon.
It'll say contracted when you grab lift it. Like right above the 100%.
Yeah, if it doesn't
does
say
not
contracted.
say contracted. I'm gonna lower it
Nice.
back down. It's mine now.
Fair enough.
Cry
I
about
can't
it,
see.
sister.
Oh,
Haha, my commodities now. You suck. You're my trophy now. Come on, you're coming with me.
you're a terrible person.
Never mind. He's too fat to be picked up.
Do you need a max lift?
I have one. It's just I think he's stuck to the ground. I shot him too much.
Oh, you're trying to pick up his fucking body?
Yeah.
Oh, you being a real asshole. Okay. Alright.
Am I not allowed to bait?
Mike, Joe,
I mean-
Cheese, Harry.
It don't matter.
Just remember,
Yeah, he did.
karma.
I still
goes
think
around
we should
comes
make it
around.
work.
Alright, I had my karma last
Right.
time. I tried to blow up a big alien ship and I got
that.
blown up by his boyfriend. Alright, this time I'm gonna help with the cargo. I go care of business.
You mean now that we're done?
Oh. You wanna load my
Thanks.
neon up too?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
Money. How much
Actually,
neon you got?
I got
You
like
know?
the full like thing of it. It's like the big boxes of them. I don't know.
Oh shit. Alright, hold
Like
on.
completely full.
I'll come help you. I'll come help you
Wait,
steal
lower the
fucking
ship
neon.
first. Lower the ship first.
Go to sit first.
Lower it. Like, I can't get up there.
Yeah, lower the ship. Why
Oh,
is it
hold
like?
on, hold on.
Why is it tilted?
I
Hey,
don't fucking
it's
know.
natural. Sometimes it happens. Just born that way.
Just born that way.
Okay, okay. Killing me with a mole.
Mule.
It's a mole.
It's a golf cart. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking
Alright, we
about.
better get out of here because he's probably coming back with a big fighter or something. He wants that neon back.
Oh, I was hoping I could jump up there.
The
You need
fuck?
to kill you? Throw you up there?
Okay, what the hell?
See, is that contracted?
did
Like,
you do?
I
Yeah.
see what it means. Oh, okay. You didn't have to throw it. Jeez.
It just did its own thing. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
There. Can you guys get there yet?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I see where
Good.
it says green. Yeah, mine's not contracted.
Nice. Did you already throw it up? Or is it on your ship?
My ship.
There's something to the right of the ramp. There's a cargo piece to the right of the ramp. I think
Oh,
it
that's
got
the-
launched.
That's the con. That's
Was
the
it that tiny
contracted
one?
thing. Yeah.
I never hurts to check. Yeah, contracted. I think that's it. I feel like we're short somehow. I don't get it. Hey, Gabriel,
This is a
welcome.
big ass shoot.
How much does
Alright.
neon sell for? I got I got quite a bit of it.
Let me get in a seat and I'll look that up.
Am my dead body?
Maybe. Would you consider
Should
this?
not be as funny as it fucking was. Is that my dead body?
Would you consider this an out-of-body experience?
I guess so. I'll take. Yeah.
Why
Definitely.
can I not lift off?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, that might
I have
work.
not yet, but
Just don't kill me.
No promises.
I'm not trying to. Oh, because my fucking engines are
I
off.
already
for some
murdered
reason.
someone today. I don't want to get murdered myself.
Oh, I guess you're here. I don't need a pilot now. All right, I'll head down to the control room or operations, whatever it is.
Fucking hell, this thing is heavy as shit.
That's what she said. Alright,
Have you tried to disconnect the command mod?
yes.
What does it look like when it's disconnected?
Oh, have we tried to? Sorry, I don't know what I was
We.
thinking you said.
I mean, I know you can, but like, I don't know how.
You own the ship and you don't know how to work it. Okay, okay.
What the fuck?
Hey, he read the first couple pages on the user manual.
I didn't read any of the pages on the user manual. What are you talking about?
He threw it away.
I can't lift off.
So what you do, you hold space, and it goes...
I know, and it's not working.
Tail it, maybe?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Hold on. Slowly.
Just leave.
You're not like in Quantum or anything, are you?
No.
What did you
This
break
is gonna
this
be
time?
the most ghetto liftoff you've ever seen. Holy shit.
Basically vertical right now.
Yeah, I know. Dude, you should have seen how I got out of the hangar. I put that bitch on the thrusters to get out of the fucking hangar.
I mean, you do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Okay, where the hell are we going?
We're going to the gateway.
Oh, sweet.
Luck.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Goodbye, Neon.
Are all the doors shut?
No.
I think so.
There is...
No?
Oh, I thought I saw one. Maybe I'm tripping.
Is your landing gear up?
Yeah, I'm sure you're good.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Yeah, everything's good. It's good.
Everything's good enough.
Yeah. Hey, good enough is just good enough, you know? Yeah, it really does look cool if you F4 it and then just kind of pan around the ship.
Yeah.
What's that? Wish I could zoom in more. There's like on the sides, well,
Wish I could
edges.
maneuver more.
So on top, on the edges, there's like these, I don't know, I can't tell. They almost look like mini landing pads or something. It's like right by the edge on top, on the, by the cargo bay area. Got orange lights, there's 3 of them on each side.
Mini landing bay.
Yeah.
All you have to say is yeah.
I don't know what the fuck those are. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what the fuck those are. I don't know what they do.
They're like right parallel to the white lights, the running lights.
Yeah.
All right, so long as we're on the same page of not knowing what the fuck it is.
I have no idea.
Damn, you didn't read the user manual?
Fuck no. Figured it out, and I kinda did. Why does it go to the fucking gateway?
Are you back where it's doing like 20 miles an hour again?
No, I'm trying to route, but I can't fucking type.
Oh.
For some reason. And when I type in the Stanton Gateway, it sends me to Nix. I don't want to go to Nix. I want to go to Stanton.
Yeah, you got to scroll down a little bit.
Over here.
It's usually like the 3rd thing.
Yeah.
Big hole in your stacking. Oh.
Why do I have 17 power pips to put into something? Who moves shit?
I think one of the power plants came back on. That or...
Oh, we don't have life support.
Yeah,
we need
that.
that.
Got one.
We're gonna turn the
coolers
fucking
are
ACs back on too.
I turned off everything.
Quit turning off everything.
Maybe that's why.
I mean, I clicked it like 15 times. It didn't want to do anything, so I kept on clicking it.
How did that work?
Nothing happened, so I'm assuming that it just didn't work. I guess it worked on your end.
Where even are you?
I am in the cargo bay. Just chilling.
Ooh, I wonder what happens if you're outside when you QT.
You get left?
Do you?
I mean, there's only one way
like,
about that.
Like on top of the walkway in the cargo bay, the part that goes outside, you know?
Part? Do you mean like?
I would bet that you just get left.
You know what? Do I have anything in my inventory?
Oh my god.
I'm just saying for science, man.
My water bottle's still here from yesterday. Do that thing
Quit
on the
opening
floor.
up the fucking cargo bay.
I did not do no such thing.
Oh no, I'm repositioning. What the fuck? I didn't even get outside. Ooh.
This elevator's
Sounds
making
bad.
some weird.
I was gonna say, it sounds like it needs some WD-40.
They probably have like an upgraded WD-40 in this.
Fine, WD-60 then.
I do not slumber. I'm merely light in weight.
Yeah, let's go with that.
WD-6000. Well, yeah, I mean, we're in the year like 2500 or 2600, so I'm sure they skipped another series.
We have tractor beams that are handheld. I think we got pretty good stuff.
Yeah, so skip WD-50. We'll go to 6000 or 60.
What
Either
does
way.
the W do? Why can't it be like
standing on the fucking cargo?
Oh,
Ooh, this is cool. Looking at least down
I don't know
here.
if I can get out. See, maybe I can move one of the cargos.
We just gotta
Don't
climb
move the cargo because
ladder.
then we're gonna lose it.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna move it. We might lose that crap.
Yeah.
Now I can't put away my multi-tool. My tractor beam.
See, on the bright side of Pyro taking so long, we get lots of time to explore in QT here. That's kind of cool. Hey, Mirain and Jonathan and Serdido, welcome.
See, what are these rooms? Like these like little like dog cages.
There's the tractor beam on the outside quarter, and then
They're the special storage, Jordan.
Oh,
So if I was to get pirated, we could technically
What the
put
shit?
storage in there and they can't get to it.
Really? That's cool.
Dang, I tried trapping in one of them.
Because pirates can't open up doors, and so all of those doors close.
But how do you open? How do you get like a box up here?
You can put the box on the elevator.
There was.
Do you see the doors to get in here though?
Oh, I
Like,
know. You're supposed to
like-
use the small ones. You're supposed to use small boxes that'll fit through here. It doesn't
Now, why would
really
you try to
work in
protect
practice.
small boxes?
Oh, it doesn't.
Wait.
I don't know.
Just want to go up top. There's doors up there and a walkway. I just can't figure out how to get to it.
Well, maybe it's not in the cargo bay. Maybe it's somewhere else.
Roof
Well, maybe it's
access.
that-
Probably
Yep, roof
probably the one that
access.
says roof access.
I don't think you can do it in QT though. I think I tried this before.
Oh.
What is this?
Do I need to not QT?
I don't know. I found that. I wonder if it's like a prison room. Well, no, it wouldn't be a prison room because there's a what in there.
I mean, it's a pirate. Though. Ugh, I can't even get a pirate
Is that
on
the
it.
bathroom?
Can't open it.
No, there's no toilet or anything. It's just like a single holding room. Weird. Oh,
It
Frig.
might just be a prison. I have no fucking idea.
Can I get roof access yet?
that's what I'm waiting
No,
for.
you're 5 goth mommies away.
So you just hate me? Okay.
Man, the audacity.
Don't want us on your ship. You could have just said so. You didn't have to be so mean about it.
Oh no. Oh, what the shit? Hey, guess what?
What?
You get left.
He's outside. Turn back around.
You can't. Well, hey, that's worth knowing.
All I saw was him going up the ladder and he's gone.
I don't even know what just happened.
I found an exit door that worked.
You found an exit door there?
Oops.
Fucking hell. Okay.
He's two
Do I need
goth
to come?
mommies
Do I
away.
need to turn around and
Yes,
pick
please.
you up?
Yes, I literally just ground
Hey, time for
control
roof
to
access, I guess.
Major Tom.
Never mind. I guess you have to be like parked or something to even use it.
And now we know why.
Don't go up elevators during QT. They don't like it.
I got a route to you. Give me a second.
Either way, if not, you're gonna have to try to time it real good.
Greetings,
Hey,
Artemis.
Artemis, welcome.
Welcome to our sacred place.
Hey, I found out today what happens when you exit the interior of the ironclad when you're in quantum. You can see
You
the
go-
results.
Okay, see you later. I got a headache.
Oh, there's like
Oh,
whole
right on, Judith. I hope you have a great one. Take it easy. He's coming back for me. It's okay. Well, I think he's coming back for me.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Hey, Donovan, welcome to the stream, bud. How's it going?
Sleeping quarters.
Yeah, it was kind of cool though.
They got 2
You
You
just
guys
watched me.
wondered why I didn't want to drive the boat last night. This is why.
You just walk up the ladder and then you're gone, like instantaneously.
Some
I'm
ugly
surprised it
toilet.
doesn't like tear you apart when
You got some ugly toilets.
Why are you
Fresh.
dogging on my toilets, bro? What the
You
fuck?
spent too much money on
Easy.
these stupid
I do not
toilets.
slumber. I merely
yeah,
lie
that'd be
in
awesome.
wait.
Don't even
I
look
didn't
like
care about
toilets.
the toilets. I wanted the fucking cargo.
So you did not buy the ship for the toilets?
Hell no.
Ship are you
What is this?
buying,
The shiv? You got a bucket?
That's the first thing I look at when I buy a ship.
Fucking hell.
Gotta have a pretty toilet.
Gotta have a pretty toilet is insane. Okay. Freak Show, I am 10 kilometers away, but I also can't see you. So
You're good. Once you get to like a
Like, I
kilometer,
see your
just
name.
stop.
Just eat him like a
Fire.
shark. Just fly right into him.
I don't see him, so
Just watch me blow through the back wall.
and I don't think I'll be able to see him.
Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, just make sure you're at a full stop by the time you get to like 1 kilometer.
Yeah.
Or do your best.
You gonna get
How
a
fast are you
mostly
going
full
right now?
stop.
Because I would start slowing down if you're going like pretty fast.
Yes. Pyro, we're heading to the gateway though, to
I ain't going that fast. I'm out of
Oh my
quantum,
gosh.
so
Stanton. There we go. Hey, Tim and Newbaster and Crone. Welcome to the
The
stream.
stuff we be getting up to for doing commodities.
Well, guys, for those of
Launch
you just
outside of
joining,
ships.
I've
I know
learned
we
what
got
happens
like
if you
$4
exit
million
the
in cargo
ironclad
and you
on
guys are
QT.
jumping out of the fucking chute.
It was an
That's the real
experiment
point.
for science. You've got to beta test these things, you know?
All right, the door is open.
All right. Only
Coming slowly.
It wasn't, I mean, yeah, a little bit. And Red on
See if I can
Archinus
see-
will be in Stanton after they pick me up. Because I'm a dumbass.
At least you know it.
Hey, knowing is half the battle.
Okay, I am less than a kilometer away.
Okay.
Go slow. Probably needed a fire extinguisher.
Oh my gosh, come on. I was going to say, wait a minute. Your name starts with an A, doesn't it?
Go up, go up, go up. Upstairs. There you go.
Hey, anonymous, greetings and welcome. I'm not going
Did you get
fast
that
enough.
far? Jordan,
Shop's closed.
you opened up the wrong door.
Well, hey, at least I get my answer here. They're, I still don't know what they are. They're aesthetic. They're nothing you can actually do anything with.
I'll open the tap since somebody doesn't know how to. Ah,
Oh, I can't even open the escape hatch. Damn. The relog didn't get it. Okay.
I think it's an escape hatch for escaping, not entering.
Ooh, alright, I'm safe. Hey, I mean, you can escape, well, obviously not outer space, because I was stuck there, but escape when you're on a planet into the ship.
I want my dead body. I got my dead body.
Hey, Flores, welcome to the stream. Oh, I don't have my grav lift anymore. I only have this. Ooh, we could do target practice in the ship. We got a target now.
Shoot my dead body.
You guys
This
are
on
gonna
a-
skeet shoot Jordan's body?
I mean, now that you said something. It just, from my angle, it looks like it's just plastered on the wall. Or on the cargo crates.
Whoa, we got someone else joining us now.
Yeah.
Who are you, cowboy?
This is Archinus. She's on the, or he's on the purple app. Sorry. There we go. Let's go with that.
Ooh, I try to do a freaking splitch. Nope, I'm upside down. Come on, stand straight up. Come on now.
Oh, he's protecting it.
Ooh.
Is this a human rights violation if it's your own dead body?
I don't think so. I mean, I be doing the...
I don't think so. That's like the age-old question. If you had a clone, would you fuck it? And if so, is it gay?
I mean, it's definitely incest, to say the least.
That wasn't my question.
Yes, it was. That was close enough.
No. I said, would you fuck it? And if so, is it gay? I know it's incest. I know that. But...
Then why are you even asking? Why are you interested?
Is it gay or is it masturbation?
All of the above?
You know what? Do what your mind wants to do. You know, you think what you want.
It's your body. Oh, I can steal your grenades.
Want to steal everything off my body? Jeez.
Oh, cool.
I think I can take everything off of it. Can I take my own armor off, or is that like stuck on there?
It's supposed to be stuck on there. Oh, I can't pick it up though.
I think
after
the
it's
armor and weapons are stuck.
Which
I
is
just lost so many frames right there.
Camilo, welcome to the stream.
Holy moly. What are you doing up there? And what are you doing to my PC?
Oh, sorry, you walked in front of me. Well, the live you walked in front of me.
Can I take the helmet off and drop it?
Keeping it in the family. That's what the clone thing would be. Checks out.
I don't think you should be keeping it in the family at all.
I just got the coolest idea. Hey, so you guys remember that one level from Halo 3, the cargo bay? We could treat this like...
Oh, you do not have fucking permission to leave the station. No.
No. I mean, like, do you remember the level itself? Like, it's in the cargo bay and it's got the crates and all that? We could rebuild it like it's Halo Forge. Like, reenact it, whatever. You know, build the cargo containers everywhere. Building blocks is what I'm getting at.
Give the Covenant back their bomb.
Watch me.
What is this weird elevator thing in the cargo hold? What's this thing?
It's an elevator for the cargo hold.
It's an elevator. The elevator thing it's an elevator.
It don't got no flicky switchy thingy.
Yet.
Maybe it's a closet? I'm sorry you went back in.
We there yet? Goodness gracious.
Damn.
Yes. We're at the gateway.
We're at the gateway, but I'm
You
trying
fail
to
to
line
jump,
up.
I'm gonna go up there personally and shoot you.
Says the person who failed to jump twice trying to get here.
Alright, that was the game's fault. I did nothing wrong to it. It just hates me.
No, I don't believe
It's
you.
gateway. Alright, we're almost through Archinus. Or almost starting it.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't say almost through. It'll probably take me 2 tries, but...
My goodness, I'm dying.
Are you dying?
Hey, remember what I said about
Someone
karma?
Someone shot me.
Greetings, Oooh
Hey,
Kid.
OG.
Welcome to our
out.
sacred place.
How's it going?
Had 10%
We are
left.
bringing
Good thing my
some
guy
loot
could
through.
breathe very loudly.
Well, not loot.
I
Just
know.
selling some stuff. Got the whole crew here, so we're
What the heck is the operation deck
go
thingy?
take care of some things.
Second floor.
How you
I
doing?
think.
What you
Third
up to?
floor, maybe.
Did you miss the bathroom again?
It's right here.
Yeah.
God, these things are so fucking inconsistent. There we go.
It's trying to
Freakshow, you want to come actually do the jump?
I mean, I can't. Oh, it's too late now.
I'll do it. Probably fail it.
I don't trust Jordan. Never
Well,
mind.
of course you don't
Hey,
trust me.
I don't trust Jordan. Never mind. I'll do it. Don't worry about it.
I was gonna say you
It's
trust my
alright.
flying skills.
I remember that. Just remember that.
Shit, I hope you will, cause
Damn, I've been muted this whole time again. Fuck me. You trust my flying skills?
I trust your flying skills more than I trust Jordan's.
And
You're the one that
OG,
went Mach 5 into a plant.
Yeah,
one
I
time.
would not have gotten this far without people stopping in
One
the stream
time,
and
you
telling
think
me
I
how
only
to
did
do it.
that
It's
once?
so hard.
It's okay. We got 3
learn everything
shitty
anyway.
pilots driving the
What are you
biggest
trying to
ship,
do?
like
I can try to
fucking
help out.
possible.
Alright, we're
I've only
figuring
been
it
playing
out.
for like maybe 2 months, so I'm still
You
fairly
made
new
this far
myself.
worth it.
At least that means it's all fresh.
Don't crash.
Yeah, that's the goal.
You hit the side of the ship already. Come on now.
I always hit the side of the ship. Don't worry about it.
Side of the ship. Not the
Yeah,
ship.
Robin's racing, okay?
Calm
It's
down there,
fine.
Sean Connery.
It's also because this ship is a lot fucking bigger than my Aurora.
Damn it, you did again.
So
yeah, so I started
I'm
just
still
during the
used
free
to
flight and was able
using
to try
tiny ass
everything out that
fighter
way.
ships to get through these.
But yeah,
I hated the Aurora
still would
for
not have even
fighting. Those
figured
guns
anything
sucked. I could not do
Dude, the
anything.
Aurora as a whole sucks. It's not good at what it needs to
easiest thing to
do,
get started
and it
is,
doesn't have the
doing the
capabilities to
contract,
do anything
cargo
else.
missions, at least
I
for
just
most
kind of
people.
like the way it
That and
looked. That's
ghillie
the only way
missions
I
are
bought
your
it.
easiest. Sorry, I don't want to talk
I
down to
played
you.
the
I don't
free
know
flight.
how
I'm
new
like,
you.
I kind of like that ship, so
But
I bought
yeah,
it.
once you get good ships and
It was the cheapest
just do
one,
bigger
so that's why
contracts
I
or
bought
get
it.
into PvP, any of that stuff.
But then I upgraded it. Now I have the
Where the hell
glass.
am I going? Am I going to L4 or L3?
Hold.
You know what?
You're
I'm
going
jumping
to-
to Arc L3
It's
because
L4.
that's. Is it
Nope.
L4?
Yes.
Oh fuck.
You are like 40% here.
Wow.
Oh, gotcha.
Damn.
Need a sticky note. Write down everywhere we need to go.
Thank you.
I made a what you call it?
Or is that a little bit better?
A fucking group just so that I could write notes when I'm doing cargo on where I parked.
Hey, Shawnee, welcome.
I need to start doing commodities. I don't have a big ship
Just a little
like
more.
this, but I'm
Okay.
trying to
And
get
actually, let me
E2.
see if
I
it's
get that
OBS that's
E2,
doing it.
I should be good to do some cargo, some commodities for once.
No, it's just on desktop. Okay. Trying it again.
I need a second monitor, but I never bought one. Need two. I could be watching YouTube or something. When
There
I'm
we go.
flying.
Sadly, that's as low as I can do it with still being able to hear it. Okay. And of course, now you
Hey
guys are
friends,
quiet, so I can't
what
see
have
if
you
it's
been up to
still-
today?
Blah 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 blah.
There you go. Now I don't hear them. Oh. Maybe it just took a while because of lag. Good, because I can barely hear them either. Sorry. I apologize for you guys being my test dummies for the stream.
Are you breaking shit?
Never mind.
No one give me any money, man. I'm begging these people in game chat to give me money, and they're not doing it.
Aw.
Keep on begging though.
Archinus, we're going to the Arc L4. Make the stream feed. Aw. Guys. They think you guys make the stream fun.
82 people in it.
Hell yeah.
You guys must really like me.
Yeah.
Guys, you know.
They think we make the stream fun.
Yeah.
I think that's just Jordan.
It's
I
the
crashed my ship.
crazy banter. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, OG Kid. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm not wearing my helmet. Crap. Am I not wearing my helmet? Why do I not have... Oh, because I'm at the turret, or the pilot control. Oh. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Is that the fucking space or Star
Wow.
Citizen equivalent?
Thanks for following Oak Kid.
It's a very nice view.
Yeah, I know I am.
You gotta get the 8. Okay. You gotta get the 890 jump now.
Like the ship, or to go to do that mission?
No, the ship. That'll be like a space yacht. Come on now. Have that thing. He don't like me. He looking away from me right now.
I got my
Doing
babies
my best.
today. Why? They're just chilling at my brother's house
Pretty
until
good
I
at
can
it,
get
though.
them over.
Oh,
Directly
that's
at that
awesome,
wall.
Mama V. Cool, congrats. How many did you get?
One boy and one girl.
Oh, nice.
Fuck, I put it in the
Cool.
wrong chat. I was trying to tell
I'm gonna call you Archie because I know I'm gonna fuck up if I say the whole thing. I was trying to tell Archie how far we were, and I put 25 goth mommies out in global chat.
Oh my goodness.
And then I said, whoops, wrong chat, and someone said, what the fuck? They said, hold the fuck on. Wrong? In the hell no, this is not the wrong
They
chat.
are
Where are
so
the goth
cute.
mommies?
My male cat is so
I want
much
to see
darker
this.
than the female.
Yep, where it is. 25
Aw.
goth mummies out.
How old are they? Are they like kittens?
Oh, wrong chat. Burp.
And also,
Wait,
we go
hold
to.
on.
Oh, good. You didn't tell them where we were going.
No, I didn't. I just.
I was gonna say we'll have every pirate there.
No.
Got giggle mommies.
Hey, monkey. Thank you for the likes, bud.
That sounds better. Goth mommies.
Goth mommies sounds better.
Yeah, oh, it's the best. Staring at between Jordan's legs here. That was weird.
Chicken kittens.
Come on
Their
now.
mother abandoned them on
Embarrass
the Soul
me on
Sisters barn.
stream.
Oh,
You're
hey, no, we got a.
embarrassing me.
Oh, we got other recommendations for calling them that in chat. Global. Giga mommies or giant moves. Those suck.
Those suck.
It's goth mommies. There is no other way. Kind of interesting to see what other people call them, though. Gonna land this thing, right?
Everyone I've seen just calls them GMs. They don't, like,
Yeah,
do anything interesting.
I like it. Gotta see how many other people we can get to start saying that. It'll be the new
Who is
thing.
this? Yeah, I'll suck them all right.
Giggling manatees.
What the fuck? Dude's over here just staring at me intently. So, you smell different today. Did you use a new
Got some
shampoo?
Krispy Kreme donuts.
Fiducia has had enough on the global chat. Oh, I might have found something better
Jesus, what'd you find?
for names. Just thought of something. If you guys ever watched that cartoon when you were little. Great googly mooglies.
Alright, don't crash us. We made it this far. Don't kill us now.
Don't jinx us.
Oh, knock on wood.
There we go. I got it. And sorry, Mama V. Let's see. Mama Kit or Kitkins. Mother just abandoned him. Sister-in-law. Sisters.
Hey, you're upside. You gotta flip upside down.
Upside down? I was trying to figure that out.
Don't you mean upside right?
Upside sideways.
Upside sideways.
To the left.
Finally,
hello.
I'm
We
mad
back
with
now,
your
y'all.
hair, Yaya.
The alien ship.
Yay! Welcome, buddies. Here. I'll park here on the screen so you can watch my stream and yours to see what you're doing, if that helps.
Got this.
There's latency on yours.
Oh, true.
So by the time I see it on yours, it's already wrong and I'm already fucked up.
Take it slow.
Yeah, this
Take a
is
bit.
the Ironclad moon.
A little more left.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Say your name.
Say my name. Say my name.
I can't believe nobody else commented aside from Fiducia in the global chat. I expected somebody else to be like, oh yeah, I watched that show when I was a kid. Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, by the way, in case you aren't aware.
Also, I feel a little better now.
Oh good, I'm glad to hear that, Moon.
Old is that show?
Like 12 years old, probably. Maybe 16. I don't know.
So I wasn't even born yet.
I got the cold medicine.
Actually, maybe I was.
Good, glad to hear. I hope it helps.
Actually, maybe I was. Maybe I'm bad at math.
Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. If you say 16, it depends what month. You say 14, almost 2.
Oh, shit, it was probably when I was like 5. So I
Jeez.
don't know.
So, like,
oh shit, no,
dinosaur
that's like 27 years ago. Fuck.
Back when the fucking dinosaurs roamed.
He was playing with the T-Rexes.
I was born in the 1900s.
He remembers Jesus getting crucified.
Hey, I only heard about it from my friend. I didn't get a chance to go. I was sick. Your body's down here T-posing.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. Don't touch him though. He's very jealous.
That's
of what he looks like.
What is this? Oh, it's you. It didn't show your name.
Yeah, I don't have your name either. All I have is art.
Either of you.
You want to touch my dead body?
Do you guys want to see a dead body?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, look.
Hey, Flying Planet. Greetings and welcome.
Did you break him? Come here, you.
Oh, in so many ways.
Oh no, I broke him. He's stuck. Rest in pieces.
You should have spaced him. Give him a real astronaut's funeral.
There you go. Honestly, someone just throw this shit out, and then we'll deal with it in a second.
Okay.
Because it's such a pain.
This bitch. Oh no. I'm stuck in the barrel. Like literally stuck in the barrel. Or crate. There we go. That worked.
I think you're muted in Discord again.
I am. You guys might just get stuck having to listen to me.
That's fine. I think it's funny when you start speaking Russian.
Okay, you know what? I think too is I feel like I'm in the way, and also getting Jordan to try to kill me.
Pummeled by construction materials.
Yeah, so
They're
why
purposely trying to kill you, but I mean, if you're in the way, you're in the way. Jordan.
My fault. I couldn't see a tiny little orange man and an orange tip.
God damn.
Can you guys send me Discord link already?
Damn, Jordan. You did that one on purpose.
Yes.
Oh,
in
that wasn't meant to be.
fact, it should be on my bio, I think. If it's not, let me know. I will send it.
The Discord on your bio, it's like it cuts off, so you can't see the whole thing.
Oh.
If you go to the website and then click it, you can open the link though.
You want me to go on my computer? Go on TikTok.
Not you.
No, just open
Archinus.
it from your phone.
My phone. You want me to go on my phone and go on TikTok's website when I
This
have
guy.
TikTok on my phone?
No, I'm saying to. Oh my god, there's a link to Freakshow's website.
I will get you the link.
Yeah, give me the link.
Not you.
Isn't it yourfreakshow.com?
Yes.
Go buy some merch.
There you go.
Go buy some people.
Because I know
I'm
Freakshow's
broke
not
right
gonna plug it, so I'll plug it for him.
Oh, well, thank you.
Only got
Go,
like
go
$400.
buy merch. Follow all the socials.
Yeah, there you are. I totally still don't post. I need to. I'm too old.
Twitch, YouTube, fucking TikTok. I don't know.
Alright,
Snapchat, maybe.
here we
I
go.
have no
I had to
idea.
get safe. Let's see.
You're in a hangar. You already said. Like,
You should give me an affiliate link to your website.
Right?
So I can link my affiliate link.
You got a promo code? Can I get like 50% off?
Like
Promo codes.
10% probably.
I'm gonna say 50%'s a little much.
I negotiate to 85%.
Oh, you found it. Sorry, I just of course got it too. There it is for you though. Usually I've got a bot that posts that.
Greetings, they are
Really?
Freakshow. Welcome to our sacred place.
What? What'd you say?
Kind of
Jordan?
piling up.
Man, just throw the shit out. We only got like 6 more. It's fine. We'll deal with it in a second. Make it future us problem, not current
That's
us.
the way to live.
God damn.
Future us.
How do you scroll so fast? Goodness
I
gracious.
fly Mach fuck into planets and Jordan throws boxes Mach fuck into my face.
Aren't you used to that with something else?
I
why.
I mean, yeah, but that's neither here nor there. It's unrelated.
You wanna know why?
Why?
Somehow. Somehow.
Hey, you missed the box.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, that's your box.
Come on.
now.
Hand me my box. My boxes are on Russville. I stole it from somebody.
Kids.
Okay, one of the boxes just went flying. Oh, they're flying. They're going everywhere. Where'd that one go?
It's fine, trust. It's not a big deal.
I hate to say it, but we lost one of the boxes.
Did we?
It went up. It didn't come back down.
It went up. Jordan, how did you manage that?
Well. Oh. Watch out, box coming.
Why you pulling, motherfucker? Oh, I missed.
Ooh, no!
I was muted. Hello, guys.
Hey, I know that feeling. How's it going?
It's going good. Going good.
Often?
No, first time, you know.
Oh.
Hell
So you
yeah.
just hate us.
I mean,
maybe.
Can't really blame. Not a whole lot, anyway.
Or just hate me, you know. I probably killed you on Russville.
Oh.
Watch out, box coming.
Was it your neon that we stole?
Probably not.
Oh shit! I just saw another barrel glitch under the ground. Lost one, like right here.
Well then, stop losing them.
No
It's not
pets
my
for
money, I
Minty.
didn't spend my
Did I do
money.
something wrong?
Some of these boxes are fucking flying.
That box was placed wrong. Jeez, who just threw that box?
Alright, so I'm in front of the building as well.
Okay.
You were cutting out there a bit.
Guess. Oh, sorry. I said I'm in front of the building.
Once you land and come inside and meet the group, you know what I... Hey, that's my
Sure.
box. Fine.
Jordan, why'd you turn into Herbert?
Herbert.
No.
Herbert from
Hey, watch out
Family
the box
Guy.
here.
Or what?
Alright, so we probably lost out a couple 100,000, however much those are. That's like, what, 3 of them we've lost?
No, why'd you take a hold of that? Did you just try to hit
Profitable
me with
is,
that box?
No, I did hit you.
Like,
Alright, you lucky there's no more boxes around here.
how profitable is holding?
Yeah.
Any good?
It did what now?
I said how profitable is holding? Is it any good?
I mean, if you do it right, yeah.
It can be.
You know what you're doing, yes.
There's a couple different websites you can use to track like prices of commodities and trade routes and stuff like that. That's the way to do it. We say possibly or kind of profitable because cargo elevators, they regularly glitch and they won't work. And
Devils right now.
yeah.
No, keep the elevator open. Don't leave us behind.
Overall,
If
you
you
can
really
kind
do
of
leave
get
us
around
behind-
the cargo elevator thing just by using orbital locations only. Because the
So
station elevators don't break nearly as often.
Oh, thank you. I got a black screen, so I didn't see anything when I was in the elevator when it opened.
Oh, you're good. Good timing.
Keep it open. Don't kill me. Thank you.
Oh, damn it. I just missed it.
Stop throwing zigzags.
So did I, mate.
Mate, where you from?
Well, that's just always what I say. I'm not from a native English-speaking country anyway, but I always say mate. I don't know what it is.
I'd like it.
From the
Where did you
Netherlands.
go, Trey? Oh, there you
Hell are the terminals?
go. Where do you look? The cargo one?
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Missed. Didn't even take us up. What the hell?
It might be downstairs. I don't see it up here. Okay, can't
What, the
jump.
commodity terminal?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey, what's up?
They're not
It might be down
upstairs.
this
They're
hallway.
not. Oh, it's this.
It's right here.
These.
Oh,
Seems I can hardly find room to think
the
these
very
days.
first place.
That's
Too
okay.
fat. Where's the new guy?
Right.
Oh, there he is. Look how beautiful he looks. Look at that
Yes,
armor.
Yes.
I'm gonna kill you, by the way. I'm gonna do
Sure.
it.
Sure,
Alright,
let's
you're
go.
not
Let's go. Let's go.
So I have no doubt that at least 4 of us are going to die tonight.
Yeesh.
What? Why is that?
Because none of us can drive.
Yeah.
Somebody in
Okay.
particular.
Yeah, I have a crappy PC at the moment, so when I'm flying, I have like a lot of stutter. But new PC incoming next week. So
Nice.
Nice.
wait. Yes.
Do you mind taking off your helmet for me?
It's a trap. Don't do it.
I have the most ugly looking guy ever, and I made it on
I'm trying to
purpose.
look
Are
at
you ready?
that haircut, because that haircut through the helmet looks kind of.
Yes. Yes, it is exactly as that. I thought it was funny.
Oh wow, it didn't change.
It is like that.
You guys are such bullies over here terrorizing the new guy.
I don't care. I know I picked it. I did it on purpose. So it is what it is. Look how beautiful. Look how beautiful.
Man, I had to
You guys are
change
just
mine
jealous.
because my old
See,
hair, for
sorry.
some fucking reason, was bugging my character, so I couldn't.
Trying
use
to
it.
math. So you know,
I'm
let's
so
see.
glad
This is what I
you
meant
are
with the
here.
GameCube controller, you know?
From
This is
4.5
exactly what I'm referring to.
to
That's why I'm bold now.
6.1. So we got
Got a
2
whole
million,
flat suit
2
going
million in
on.
profit. Looks like.
Yes, because I only do like ship combat basically.
I wish I can do ship combat. I usually die.
I only do
I'm pretty-
cargo.
I think the combat is really fun in the game. Like, really like PvP.
I
PV
can
is
kill
fun.
NPCs. That's mostly it.
I'm gonna go to like the stations where you can like my main station is Grim Hex, so like when I go out, there's always something to fight. It's fun.
If I take
go
you out, if I like
that.
knock
That
you
sounds
out, do you
good.
think the guards will
Alright.
be mad at me?
You can try. Give it a go.
Oh, can you
Yeah.
look that way for me? Ah, they don't allow me to do it. They don't want me to do it.
It's Armistice Zone or whatever it's called.
We do it in the hangar. It's okay. We'll kill him in the hangar.
What am I trying to do here? For fuck's sake. Come on, Ray.
What are you trying to do?
Don't worry about it. Doing stuff.
Sending
This
everyone
boy
back their money.
muted again.
Yes, thank you. I'm paying. Let's see. I'll just give you.
Anybody want any juices? I'm at the juice bar.
Yeah, if you can buy some. Nice.
Oh shit! I lost my
21.
cruise.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
I ain't cruising no more.
Damn, I ain't cruising no more. Oh Jesus. I ain't cruising no more.
Okay.
That
So
sucks.
now, do you guys want to do some more cargo, or do you want to try doing PvP kind of stuff, or PvE, I guess, missions, whatever?
Do I have ammo? I do not have ammo.
Ooh, can we go back
Well, we
and
can
see?
do some of the ship combat.
Yeah, like gillies and all that.
Gillies. Where's
I
little
think I'm
guy?
at 8 now, but I don't have a ship that I can do higher. It's impossible.
Right.
Hey Trey, where'd you go?
No,
I'm
you leaving
standing
me.
outside of the hangar.
Oh, you're down in the hangars already.
Not in the hangar, but I'm at the elevators going to the
How did you? How you so fast?
hangar. I left you guys.
You
Rude.
just paid us, no.
So,
Alright,
pretty
which way-
decent amount of bro love going on here. It's good.
You call it
Oh,
bro love, I call it something else, but yeah. Kidding.
I'm trying to be polite here.
No, god damn it. That's not what I want.
No, not that. But yes, we'll go with bro love, sure.
Where's the freaking hot dog stand?
Some stations don't have them.
I need a hot dog stand.
I think this one has a juice bar.
Oh, that's right. We're not in my ship.
Fuck.
Hey, can we take that? What is that?
I can bring my stinger.
There's a
What
noodle
is
bar.
that?
Oh, it's part of the Hermes. There's a Hermes over here. We left
Why'd you
their
break the
Hermes.
Hermes?
Yeah, I forgot we came in somebody else's ship. Didn't even clean up afterwards.
I got you. Oh, I hit lobby on accident.
Mm-hmm. On accident, sure.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Forgot which landing pad I was on.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, so I just went through Trey's hangar, and it's invisible.
Ah, did it to you. That's nice. There we go.
There's nothing here. Oh, there it
always
goes.
good
You saved me.
when we break fucking hangers.
Right? Especially when it's invisible floor and you can't do anything.
You want to put your alien ship inside the big ship? That's the best thing. I love it.
You would love docking.
Watch out. If you try to take off when he's going too fast,
or going,
you will explode. Or going at all, you will explode.
You gotta be.
Shall I park it in? Ship?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it saves you on quantum.
Yeah, I would like to. Why not? Never done that before. It's cool.
Oh, apparently put your helmet on. It was doing the air glitch.
Alright.
Start the ship up. I'm missing somebody. I see only 2 players.
Well, actually, if we're doing ghillies or some kind of ship combat, let me, before you take off.
I'm gonna go get my glass.
Remember, this ironclad does not have any kind of artillery.
Yeah.
It's got really shit artillery.
Take the aggro of the big ship. That's all you gotta do.
Yep.
Just take the shots. Put all your stuff in shields.
Jordan, quit trying to get me to take back shots.
I mean, I didn't say it. If you want to do it, you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's permission at least.
If you want the back shots, go ahead and take them.
Oh boy.
I don't like the missiles.
Demonetized yet? There's no way you're not demonetized
Oh,
yet.
I was gonna say that. I forgot.
I was about to say, boys. I was trying to be so polite, and then I hear you guys say this shit. I was like, oh wait, okay.
I think that's fine, right? You can say that.
I'm fine with it. I think it's funny.
ZZZZ.
Yeah.
I do not slumber. I'm merely light in weight.
Hopefully TikTok doesn't get mad at us.
Yeah, go ahead and take off now, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait outside anyways for us to get in the ship anyways.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Like how it's...
I hate when I buy insurance for my thing and I still have to restock it when I get in the hangar.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Restock and everything.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I have to restock every minute. I spent 9,000 to get the insurance load out. I have to spend an extra 2K just to get my missiles.
You might have to move a little bit there.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hold on, I'm restocking.
Alright, where's the big boys at?
You're gonna make
Your
me
vehicle
hate.
has been moved to our storage facility.
Let's see this alien ship. I've never seen one of these up close.
It's like a flying U.
Yeah, it's cool. It's not the standard loader. It's a bit wonky though.
Which ship is that?
Stinger.
Stinger. Huh.
Welcome to the
Like 50
ASOP
guns on this
vehicle
thing.
retrieval system.
Yeah, that's
Your
pretty.
vehicle has
That's a lot of
been.
guns.
Please visit us again.
There's 7
Goodbye.
and 16 things. What is it? Yeah, 16 missiles.
Alright, open the top for me, por favor.
Apparently it's not a good idea to try to call a ship when the hangar door is open, because it doesn't do anything, and then you have to claim it.
My keybind's not working. Hold please, I have to actually fucking walk over there.
Hey,
You can just,
how's it
on
going,
your
Charlie?
control panel thingy, you can just look down, it says open exterior.
Welcome
Come on
to
now.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
You're embarrassing the whole team in front of the live stream.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
What is this
system.
ironclad thing? Like, how much is it
has
worth?
been moved to our storage facility.
On the RSI website, I think it's $500. I bought it for like $350.
just throwing his money in our face. Showing, I can buy whatever ship I want.
Ship was also like 300. If I'm not
My
mistaken.
ship is invisible.
I mean, there's no spot for my ship, right? So.
It is. I can back up. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Try not to land. I'm trying to back it up without blowing up any missiles.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, go for it.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the Please visit us again.
Why is it not spawning anything?
Yeah, no, that is not.
That will not fit. No.
Oh, sad.
What do you mean it might not fit? Come on now.
Yeah, I won't try that.
Anything can fit if you try.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but Freak will get in probably. With his
Can you
ship,
fit it
right?
from like the
Yeah,
side?
it's
Like go from that angle?
apparently it's glitched because it's not calling my ship up. So I guess just call
go to a landing pad or something.
Yeah.
Glad to hear. Like, are you
Go
guys?
back to the
are you
hangar
guys?
and I can what you call it? I can re-land and just let you in there.
I mean, either way, the landing pad will be easier
Isn't that
or
my
quicker.
hangar?
He's shooting.
Okay, where's the landing pad?
I'm just at
Are you
one.
sure that thing can fit? It looks like it can fit.
At about 250
No, it cannot.
degrees to you.
The wings stick out too much.
You can land it sideways, can't you?
Maybe. Well, whatever.
Alright, so why are we closing the top of the thing, monkey boy?
Would you call me a monkey, you motherfucker?
Can't even open it back up. We're trying to do a science experimentes.
I'm trying to pick up Freakshow.
Well,
I already did the science experiment for tonight. You know, finding out what happens when you get off in quantum.
Oh no, my dead body's gone.
Yeah, it's still in my hangar.
It's in the hangar.
Oh my goodness. Alright. Try to land it sideways.
Oh, I guess I can float off here. I forgot about that whole gravity thing.
Can you look at my ship? I was wondering how it looks with the red. Is it like very red, or does it show that much?
Oh yeah, it's pretty red. Like it looks kind of orangish on stream, but it's red.
Okay. Yeah, the issue is I'm colorblind red, so it's the light I see the least. So that's why I'm asking. So, what actually happened before? Like when I was floating in space, somebody tried to ram me because I was at a criminal stat, so he wanted to like ram me over. But instead, I just was teleported in their cockpit. I was sitting next to them. So,
Oh, that's awesome. Talk about karma.
So I took off a display, and he was watching it, and he couldn't shoot because there was an armistice area. So I was just.
What the
Where
shit?
did you go?
I just shot through the ground.
Very slowly, there you go.
Should I try to land sideways?
Try to just go up top and see if you can fit in this.
Oh, here you go. I'll give you another perspective, although it'll be kind of lagged.
Oh, yeah. I think you can do that. Don't land on me.
Nope.
No.
Oh, damn, that looks cool. Look at the texture. It's tight.
Yeah, it's a nice ship.
Looks small from like a little bit.
Hey, it's average size.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you. I didn't see you
good.
at all, actually.
Like, yeah. I'm the idiot flying underneath you. Uh-oh, I'm still zipping through everything. That's not good.
Come on, wasn't it? You want me to kill you? I can't because we're in an armistice zone.
So violent, man. So violent.
He's just floating through the ship.
He already gave like 6 threats within like 20 minutes to someone. To me, to no one else. Very violent.
Trying to find a seat to sit in so I can get out of this flipping thing.
Yeah, he's floating around in the ship.
Oh, here we go. And oh nope, back. Here we go. Wait. Ah, damn it, I missed.
not get in?
It popped up, but I keep like zipping around too much. There we go. Okay, good now.
press X so you can like use the same thing. You're like stopping in midair.
There you are. Oh, it still works in EVA. That's cool.
Yep, it does.
All right, so we're doing Gilly. Are we gonna actually do well this time? You think?
Good try.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Fist. 5.
This time I'm not gonna fly out when we're moving.
I think we can try with a 5 and then go to 6.
Cool. Yeah, all I know is 8 did not go well for us.
Oh, 8 is for me also a hard lock.
Where's the... There it is. Okay, share incoming.
I got it.
Got it. Dre?
Yep.
Cool.
Try out these new missiles.
All right. How you doing today, Dr. Fist? Oh, it kept doing that to me, too. It kicked me right out of QT.
But you're out again.
That or it's just frozen for me. I guess it does that every once in a while.
Trying to aim for the spot, but I wanna go. Let me go to the planet only. Looking out this one first.
Yeah, I was hoping from the command center here I could still set the route for us, but apparently not. No, we are moving now.
Out.
It just doesn't look like we are. That's cool. It's like we're completely
Yeah, it does
stationary.
that to me sometimes too. It looks like we're not even in quantum. We're just standing still.
Ironclad was bugged as hell, right?
Yeah, it's a lot better than it was though. Apparently.
I came back maybe a week ago to the game, but I played when it was 21 or something. Like it was really like the early stage and it was unplayable. So I quit for a long time. Now I came back.
Nice.
Jordan, quit begging in global chat.
I did it the first time I started playing like a year ago when I first got the game. And someone gave me like $2 million.
You've been riding that high ever since, haven't you?
I've been hoping somebody would just give me something.
Alright, Jordan, I'm gonna let you out.
Alright, if I die, it's on you.
No,
I want
it's
you
not.
to know
It's
that.
on you.
Gotta.
Where's the fucking...
I mean, it would be on everything, you know, after he, gets
I die
splattered.
again. I'm gonna get mad. Are you gonna open the door?
I can't find it. Okay, I'm trying.
Hey, Jordan.
ZZZZ. I do not
Why you aiming
slumber.
at
I'm
me?
merely light in weight.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, I'm getting stuck on something.
Yeah, you gotta go. There you go.
Oh my god.
We did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Welcome to the training site. Get settled, and I'll
Are you guys all from the States?
Yes, sir.
How do you want to know? You trying to find me or something?
I'm about to try to find you.
Already behind you, dude.
I live in Brady, Texas.
You sound like you live in Brady, Texas.
The heart of Texas.
I was gonna guess Tennessee, but that's
I was
okay.
talking about Alabama since the incest thing, but...
Alright. What are we talking about?
I mean, you did ask about, you know, incest and clones and all that, so...
No, that was me.
Oh, that was you? I mean...
Alright, never mind.
Yeah. Thinking that's me.
Oh my
Missile
god, my
away.
fucking engines won't turn back on.
Missile away. Alright. My missiles do absolutely nothing to this.
I just
Why not
arrived to
shoot?
the party, a bit late.
You have weapons powered on?
I should. I have no idea, honestly.
Almost just blew up by kamikazing him.
Missiles
No, you do
incoming.
not.
It won't let me add pips.
Don't hit me.
There we go.
No, now it's off.
Out of my range.
I can't add any.
I got it. It should be good.
Two weapons. It's off.
Nope, working for me. Sort of.
Oh, that's awesome. So if you have weapons, I don't have weapons. If I have weapons, you don't have weapons.
I didn't even know you had weapons. I tried using those and it didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, because I was using the turret at that time. So that's why.
I don't think my tiny missiles have any kind of seeking on them. They kind of just live.
Do you scan before you shoot the missile? I feel like that helps. I don't know if it actually does.
See. Oh, there's 3 ships this time. Uh-oh.
Damn, he's shooting tons of missiles at you.
Shit. Did he just kamikaze to you? I'm not sure what I just saw. Oh crap, he's locking on to me. Ooh, I'm hit hard. I'm dead.
Oh no.
I'm not dead yet. Ooh, that was the last one. My whole body is red.
I was gonna say, at least the ironclad coming in should distract him, right?
No, the shot was at me.
Don't press W. Know which guys you're shooting.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't in gun
You
mode.
roll to the right just a tad. There we go, perfect. Oh my gosh, why are these on a weird burst fire?
I think you can, there's a setting in like the console.
Ooh, I'm getting hit.
There we go. A little bit.
Right. Which one are we going for now?
For this.
Oh, that's you. Shit, sorry. I don't know why it locked onto you. My bad.
Right. Let's go for a YQ.
Can't even tell if I'm hurting this guy. Like, it's just kind of... There's no display for him.
I'm too close for my missiles, so too far, it don't shoot either.
I mean, just fly away and shoot all the missiles.
There it goes.
Trying to find the
Yeah, my missiles don't got heat tracking on them or something. I don't know what's going on. Oh, now they do. I guess scanning does work.
Yep. It seems to, at least for me.
Right, going for missiles.
One missile left.
4 missiles in this phase. Is it gonna hit? Is it
Missed.
My missiles just stopped.
Oh. Thanks, Star Citizen.
We love you so much. Take all my money.
There we go. That was a hit.
Alright, where's the last one at?
Behind us somewhere. Right next to Archinus.
Been focusing me a lot, so good.
There we go. Helps to aim at the
Alright, I need to go to any type of space station.
Anywhere to
my whole body is red.
Got it, so I should just hit you?
I can
just
hit
tap
you if
it
you
in.
want.
Is it not possible? Can you guys not like jump the group or something?
No, we all have to jump individually, or you have to land in the iron block to jump.
Okay, who just shot me? Who was it? Why is that turret looking at me? I'm dead. You killed my ship.
I did not.
He's out. Yes, he's red.
I can't move.
Repair systems, you're fine. You'll be fine.
Alright, come on. Come on, reactor. Oh, it says explosion imminent in 45 seconds.
Does it seriously?
Yes.
I've never seen that. That's awesome. Well, here, let me help that along.
You should jump
Wasn't
out
that
of
you?
the chute.
Abandoned ship, dude.
Abandoned.
So wasn't it you that said that one of them knock you out? Who was that again? Was you, right?
No.
Hello.
Oh, you're shooting me. Get shot at.
But you're about to explode if you get the fuck out of the ship.
He's out.
Gone.
He's
My ship-
coming.
Wait, where's my ship at? I want to see it explode. Oh, there it is.
You wanna see it
more than
explode?
40 seconds. And I'll get a new one.
Ooh.
There it goes.
That was pretty.
Firework.
That was like super dramatic. I love it.
Hey man, you mind opening the big doors for me? Thank you.
It was beautiful. Let's do it again. We're just
Alright.
calling another ship.
It only costs like 11k to even get it fully restocked.
That's it. That's not
Good.
bad.
Well, when I only have like 800k,
Oh, true.
that stuff adds up.
Hey, the
Alright.
original iron
It was gonna explode
ingots.
anyway. Probably even gonna pay more for repairs and stuff.
At least there's insurance, right?
Are we going
Well, I
back to the
guess
station
we'll
to go
put-
get Jordan
yeah.
another fucking show?
Yeah, I thought that's where we were
I
going.
got blown up by 2 missiles.
I got 4 missiles on my ship. Didn't break shield.
I wonder where we even shoot our missiles from. Do you have control of missiles? Oh.
As we do this, I'm gonna go get some chocolate milk.
I wonder where we shoot our missiles from. Do we even have missiles?
I don't even know if we even have missiles.
Do you know how to activate the missiles?
No.
Right, click in
Down
this.
on the middle mouse.
Click it or
Switches your
ticket.
modes.
Where did you guys warp to?
Wait, did you give me a mission?
No, I didn't accept the mission yet. We're just
I'm trying to get the
alright.
Bajani, but I don't know what the fuck happened to it. Oh, there it is.
Didn't leave it behind. I want the Banu Defender. Like that ship looks cool. Looks like a crab. I guess you can just leave me at the one of the launch pad, the pad thingies. I can just hop out.
wow, chat's wild right now in global.
Going on.
Talking about
We've been on the
hoaxes, the moon
moon.
landing hoax, and they found aliens on the moon.
I want to see an alien.
Right?
I wonder what they look like.
If your country continues like the way it has been, they might leak more.
True. That'd be good.
Fly a spaceship.
I mean, to be fair, like the things that they made a big fuss out of it, but it was all just like, yeah, not really like that important. Like,
I think it was
the
all
only
about.
thing that was weird, but there was one thing weird. The rest was just like very weird shots. Come on, like,
Yeah.
nothing.
Where's the landing
I
pad?
hear a lot of noises going on. What's going on?
Flying somewhere. I'm getting in and out of the turrets. Yeah, I think their timing for releasing the information, they tried to do it to distract from everything else, and it didn't work. Because everybody was just like, oh yeah, aliens are real. Okay, so anyway.
Yeah, so the hillbillies were right. Okay, let's continue with what we were talking about.
We knew all along.
Now the question is the Earth flat or is it round?
That's dumb. Everybody knows it's a pyramid. Why do you
Shoot,
think
I
everything
never
is
thought of that.
triangles?
Where's the fucking landing
That's
pads
why the
on this
pyramids exist.
Does this
They try to
one-
recreate Earth.
Oh, this has tiny landing pads.
I don't really mind. I can just jump off and go in there.
There's
think I
some
know where they are,
there's some ships
so-
over by Archinus.
I think they just keep on going forward.
That way.
Oh, yep, go to. There you go. Good boy.
Freakshow, once we drop off, what you call it, Jordan, I gotta get off because I gotta go to work in the next 30-ish minutes.
Oh, gotcha. Right on. Well, thank you for playing. Always good to
I will
have you.
leave you with the ironclad if you would like it.
Right on.
Get me closer.
That's the best you're getting, dog.
Alright, take it.
You don't seem to repair anything either. Oh, was nice to meet you, mate. Anyway.
It was nice to meet you.
Take it easy, bud. Have a good one. Good luck at work tomorrow. Or today.
No problem. Do you want the ironclad?
I mean, yeah, but no, that's okay. If you want it back, you can have it.
I don't care.
Okay.
I was just saying, if you want it, you should probably come drive it.
Oh, yeah. True. Coming.
But isn't it like as soon as he logs out, it's like bricked?
Nope.
No,
So
you exit the menu, and then I'll stay in the party. So as long as I don't get kicked from the party, you guys will have access to it.
Yeah.
And it won't count as private property. Just the fuck it.
Oh, I just broke my ankles.
You broke your ankles?
Yep. Heard a snap. What the heck is that?
Greetings, Fitro.
65
Welcome
people
to our
really
sacred place.
interested on watching us die a couple of times.
hey, I'm not gonna die this time, probably. This quickly.
I mean, as long as you, I think you can hit the hammerhead, and I think you might win the hitting contest.
ZZZZ. I
Alright,
do
take
not
it easy,
slumber. I merely lie in
Alright,
wait.
let me say goodbye.
Just had enough of your bullshit, man.
Your ship like lagging so much when you're flying. It's like,
Is it really?
Bye, Jordan.
I mean, for me at least.
Aw, he said bye in TikTok.
Bye.
See, he didn't leave you out after all.
So, like, guys, if you want to use my reference code, if like, you know, so I can get this piece of armor right here, I'll be so lovely. I want that armor so bad.
What are you looking for now?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no?
I don't speak Spanish. I took Spanish for 1 year. I love my Spanish teacher. He gave me easy A's, and then I left him.
How old are you guys?
I'm 32.
Liar.
Yeah, talking
19.
about 8 classes in Spanish.
You're 19. I can see it.
I said you were 19. I am 32 though.
28.
Nice.
Bye bye.
Come on, landing gear. My word, they're slow.
Jordan's like 17 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Crazy.
Oh.
Just called you out.
Why would you say my age? Now there's gonna be a pedophile trying to find me. I already said my whole town. Come on.
Don't worry, I'm sure that would not happen.
Sure, they will skip you.
Yeah, it is. Forgot to put my missiles on my ship.
They would return
Right,
you.
I made a funny jokey. You wanna check what happened if I shoot a friendly in a base, and you do get a 1 crime stat.
Yes.
I'll go to jail in this game. I'm telling you, it's not worth it.
Been there 3 times for 6 hours, so I know what
Oh,
it is.
jeez.
I went there for 17 hours, and it was the worst experience of my life.
But hey, at least you made a new friend. What's his name? Jonathan? Ricky?
Tyrone.
Tyrone. That was it, Tyrone.
It was Tyrone, dude.
Tyrone. I miss Tyrone.
Oh, he misses you, trust me.
Might go visit him.
Demetrius.
Dimitri. No, that was the. Oh, that's right. I guess that was the same day. Demetrius. Oh, I can't store it this time now. Oh, there it is.
All I did was kill a couple of NPCs with silver armor.
Goodbye.
And you couldn't even get it.
And it gave me 16 hours
I mean,
of unpaid labor.
kill law enforcement.
You
That kind of
just committed
happens.
mass murder, dude.
But don't worry, I did some crimes in the mines too. I went around knocking out people and stealing their stuff.
But wait, that part that doesn't make sense, because for me, when I did that, I got an extra crime stat inside.
Oh, it's like, I think behind level 9 of like the caves, they can't.
Retrieval system.
There's no more cameras and stuff back there, so they can't really catch you doing anything.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so we're doing more combat stuff.
I guess
Your
so. If I
vehicle
die,
has been
it's
moved to
on
our
you.
storage facility.
I mean, I'll
Vehicle
take
selected.
that.
Flying is not unlikely.
Stand by.
Ah.
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
Ship already blew up once.
Yeah.
What's one more?
Yeah.
I'm trying to restock my missiles, but it's not. Oh, there it goes. Demetrius. Wait, did Trey say he has to go to work in 30 minutes?
Yep.
Where the heck do you
No.
work?
Bro, I never watched Twitch, but what the hell is this shop thing? But like the points you're getting. Fuck.
So you can redeem just like little emotes and stuff. Like, I don't know, just click on it and try one. Those are all stuff I made. So it doesn't like cost anything. It's just like kind of like sending gifts, but yeah, it does just random reaction kind of stuff.
Okay,
And hey,
game
user.
over.
Yeah, it'll pop up a little thing. Thank you for the follow, user. I appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, if you're not following this guy, you doing something wrong. Come on now.
Indeed.
Woohoo! Big summer blowout.
In the hangar right now. Am I just waiting for you to leave?
It's just
the
little fun
hangar?
stuff like that. That's all. Hey, Lucille, welcome to the stream. All right, sorry, I'm almost back to the ship.
Do you want to fly this ship?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Like the interiors were pretty cool.
For sure, like when you get into it, like you get like sucked in. Like, the
Really?
driver's seat.
Yep.
It's not really like sucked, but like you get on like the thing and you zip through it. It's been a while since I've seen that ship. It looks like
The
a
only thing
bird.
that I don't like about the ship is completely like the interior is so bright, so that you actually see like in dark environments you don't see shit. Like you normally see not anything, but now you actually see nothing. That's really dark, so you can easily crash.
He's not even sitting down, he's like laying down.
Yes. Well, you can get in the ship. Open it.
Oh. Nice.
Right, do you want to get in?
Yes, I will. Where's the, oh, there it is, okay. Oh, that's badass. How that docking bay open, or the blade, whatever that is. That thing, how it opens.
Pretty cool.
Red cage.
I keep wanting to say landing gear. It's not a landing gear.
Hey.
Ramp?
You have to be nice, girlfriend. Don't hit me. That's not what we. That's not the contract we signed. You know, that's not how it goes.
Girlfriend? You have a girlfriend?
Yep. Got a Swedish one. Oh yeah.
What does this person sound like?
Him, obviously. Oh, that is weird.
Are you?
It's like a massage chair looking.
You see the interior thing that I mean? Like it's so bright.
Yes, I do. Oh, that's cool.
Just wanna.
Oh, I got knocked the fuck out because you moved the ship.
I just ran into him.
Ow. I'm incapacitated. Yikes.
Ooh,
wait, are you dead? Dead? You're not just knocked out?
Yeah, incapacitated. It says.
All right, let me heal you. I got my gun. I'll just get out my ship and.
Oh, that's kind of
put you
annoying.
Try
on
to
the
shoot.
there.
Try to shoot as well. It's like pretty.
Ooh.
Heard the crunch when I ran into him too. It was so satisfying.
So
This
there's
is
one gun
slick.
on it. Yeah, there's one gun on it that is like this is the standard loadout. I don't really like it. Oh, actually, I got rest, so it's rip. I'm here. It's okay. I'm at the same station. So there's one gun on it that is like a size 5. I think it is like a distortion or a plasma or something. It's like something
RAF?
different. Yeah, that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
that one is pretty good. But the issues with this standard loadout is that you don't have enough power grid to actually become tanky and aggressive. You have to pick. As you can see, like I got everything on guns.
Oh, yeah.
But the shield is really low. So that's what I don't like about the ship. Like you have to make a choice. It's like boom and zoom. You have to go buy full aggressive, and then hopefully you deal a lot of damage. And then after that, you kind of have to like play a bit with the settings that you don't like die, basically. Depending if you want to run or not or whatever. Regain. Yeah.
It's nice.
Right, I'm gonna. It's a cool ship. I like it. It's a bit. It flies like an absolute brick, though. I'm gonna go to one of the landing pads.
Okay.
Nice. I don't know which landing pad is closest by.
Gotcha. You didn't have to get out of the ship either. You could have stayed in there, so you could take it back over easy when I got out of it.
Yeah, you know, as you said, I'm not. I'm pretty still new to the game, so
Oh,
like,
that's
I just
okay.
make stupid mistakes like that.
Not a bad idea.
Apparently, it was because I have like a very like killing hungry teammate here. Just incapacitates me.
No, that was.
It was an accident.
That was a ship, not me.
The
I would
ship
have shot you.
made me do it.
I already killed someone today. Afraid to kill someone else.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
I supposed to get back to your ship.
Don't forget the X key. so
Wait,
you
I have
can,
an
like,
idea.
slow down
I'll go get your
midair.
ship, and then you just fly me back to my ship.
You want to get? What do you want?
Thinking outside of the boxes. I've got that. But maybe I'm just stupid.
Nah. All right. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind flying me back. Did everybody get the combat scenario too?
6.
No, I did not.
Okay, here, I'll send it again.
Was it number 6?
Yes. Sharing.
I'm gonna say number 2.
Oh,
now my question is, are you sure?
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, if you died, you probably have that refuel hint bug.
Nope.
Yeah.
Is this which one is your ship?
It's the Corsair.
Yeah, the one with the really tall, stupid wings. To your left a little bit.
It's right here, man.
Yeah, there you go, that one. Perfect. Cool, thank you. Oh, I just died.
What? Yeah, I wasn't stopping it. I was about to stop.
Oh, you're good.
I think can I raise you in space? Does that count?
Try.
Like I automatically just got like 20 seconds. You just got teleported in the hospital. You'll be real quick now.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Too late. Maybe.
Too late.
3, 2, 1.
No,
and
I'm
dead.
trying to get up. It takes 3 seconds to even get out of my ship.
Nah, you're good. It had that short cooldown one.
It was you.
Oh, yeah, I tried to jump out of the ship. Apparently that kills you when you're in a smaller craft like that. That's good to know. I was expecting it to be like jumping out when we were doing Quantum. That was fun.
How does a size 5 weapon hit you? Test it?
No, not that.
Show me that.
My body will no longer exist. It's gonna be gone.
Hey, Umaru, welcome.
I'm just gonna scoot over here, you know. And you.
Alright, pad 1.
Can you go pick him up again, Arcanus?
No, I should be at the right place.
You're pretty far away.
What the fuck?
You're 3 kilometers away from...
Ooh, I wonder if somebody
Well,
left
if you
the
just
ship
keep on switching, if you just keep on switching, I can tell you where you're close by.
Let's see if I can borrow this one.
Borrow, sure.
Liberate,
Healing, maybe.
Oh, hey, it's another one of your ships.
This is the other one, I think.
Oh, this one's bigger.
What is it?
Was this the M80? What is this?
It's like that new one, or that kind of new one. I kind of like that ship.
A lot slower, though.
I want to have the ship that has the stealth capability. Yes.
So I don't know if there's like a chameleon kind of stealth in this game. It seemed to me that it's more, I guess, like having low enough power output that they can't see you on radar or when they scan.
Yeah, that's fine.
No pets
Because
for
I've got that
Minty.
kind of
Did
set
I
up
do
for my
something wrong?
Golem miner, for whatever reason. But it seems to be, that's all it does, really.
The most fun part is I come from an Eve background, so like for me like I'm like have this mindset of I go to destroy my but I never find it.
Oh, just smashed myself in the door.
I hope. Do you guys know if there's like any scanning ship that can like scan for types of ships far away, like know where they are at?
I don't think so. I don't think those exist.
I mean, there's like science ships, I guess. I don't really know what they do, though.
Give that a crank because I think that'd be good and like find like
I want that C2 to drop that.
I think pirating in the game is like fun, but I'm probably one of the few ones who think that.
I just did it for some neon.
I was gonna say we were at a ground facility when I was loading up stuff, and he decided to go randomly destroy another ship and take their cargo.
Oh, I got like a whole thing of neon just chilling that I will probably go sell. sometime when I get a big enough ship.
We're gonna go to the.
Yes.
Where's that at?
Where's it at? I don't even see it.
It's a bit wonky sometimes. I feel like the navigation is a bit weird.
Should be just go to contracts and click on track. And then on maps, it should be one of your tabs.
So this is obstructed. I gotta go around the planet.
Here, I'm sharing the mission again just in case. Arginus, try checking your comms.
I have it.
Oh, you do have it now? Okay, good.
Yeah, I found it. It was just, it's not highlighted automatically for some reason.
You're in private property. No, I'm not.
Get off my property. Get on my lawn.
Get off me, deepity.
That's very American, right?
Supposedly. I've never heard anybody actually, well, like an old person or something do that.
I mean, if there's like someone trespassing, we say it, but I'm just gonna say it.
Oh shit, there's a ship right here.
Yeah, you guys are blocking the jump point right now. I can't even jump to it.
Oh, I'm like having 1 FPS, so when I'm jumping.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
Happens to the best of us.
Oh.
The hell is this thing? Is that the caterpillar?
Ooh.
Oh
What
no,
does it
it's
look like?
half a. It's half an ironclad. I like
Yeah.
when I got to this quantum point, it like was right in front of me, and I almost like ran straight into it. Hey Benny,
I got a lot.
welcome.
Dale pennies.
Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Archer.
Go for TO first.
I'm not even there yet.
Ah, damn it! I forgot to refuel my missiles. Nice.
Oh, he did. 1 shot.
I was gonna say that was impressive. Just kind of evaporated.
That's 4 missiles.
Here we go. Locking on my first missile shooting.
Oh, hey.
Go for CI.
It. Taking out another Gladius. Gladius down. Missile away.
Missed.
Really? Gotta call me out like that.
Yep.
That must did not lock.
Accidentally hit you once, I'm sorry.
Very good.
How much times I gotta hit this thing?
Too many.
I'm so glad you are here.
Hey, 5X Teb's
Listen,
games.
good work today. Hopefully, I'll see you soon when you're ready to keep training.
Alright. Alright, still after some gillies or something else you guys want to do? Or we could do a boarding action or planet side, something.
Whatever's necessary. I'm gonna go back to space station real fast and
So maybe just do 7. Try that one. This group.
Okay.
I find it
I want to
close
see
enough.
how high we can get. We have 3 ships.
I
Quite
mean,
considerate.
Yeah.
Consider good.
Down. I don't think we'll do or I don't think we'll beat 7, but we can try it with 3 ships. I guess both of your guys' are better fighters than mine. Mine's just kind of a
we
heavy
did it
fighter.
with we did level 8 with a Corsair and a Buddy.
Really? Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Here comes the mission.
Oh my goodness! Of course, I was in my menu.
Mm.
Let's see. Is it on comms?
Comms and then pending.
Oh no, did you send it?
Yes.
It's not there.
I have it. I fucked up because I was had an FPS drop.
You're good. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
man, I can't
There
wait
we
for next week.
I'm sure that'll
Finally, no more. Yeah.
Go with
It
fuel.
will be. I bought a 5080 with Ryzen 9, 64 RAM. Yeah, it went ham basically.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
It's the first time ever. I never really pay anything, but now I'm like, first time like, yeah, I have money.
I don't see any space stations.
You have to maybe check if you have a route active. A route active, it might not show, so cancel that.
There's no routes. Don't see them.
My quantum is also red when I'm in this ship instead of the blue shit.
It's gonna go one without missiles.
I kind of hope that like trading like becomes better in this game, so you can like just like hold ships and like sell them on the market or something, like an auction house.
That would be nice.
Yeah, build ships, sell ships, you know, just have some more things to do. I feel like it's kind of locked now.
Okay,
All the ways.
you're in the right place. Stand by while I deploy your targets.
Okie dokie.
Looks like you got inbound. Weapons free.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, we just call out which ones we're focusing, so like focus, fire. That's right. Right, so we got a small ship. Thing.
Arrow. 2 arrows. 3 arrows. 4 arrows.
Let's go for CN, or no, let's go for MN.
Lock on them right now. It's just not.
The
MN.
MN needs a lot of attention. Yeah, they broke my shield, so I'm gonna leave. Regen a bit on my shields again. Oh shit, yeah, they're heavy hitters. They go again. Oh my god. They're focus firing me, so that's good. Sort of. need to run again. It's good that he's focusing me. No more missiles.
My shields are about to go down.
Yeah, you need to run. Just run.
Yep. Something on me. Right in my tail.
Freak, how are you doing? You muted.
I'm dead.
You
Damn.
really dead?
No, I'm not dead. I crashed into the asteroid. Just my back. My engines are off.
There we go.
I jump out before they kill me. Dang, that hammerhead really wanted me dead.
Yeah. Okay. Firing if you can. Okay, now I need to get the fuck out.
Got a surprise
Hello?
for ya!
Shields are back. Out of missiles, by the way, so.
Anytime you'd like to help.
Just float in space.
It's heavily damaged. Mine is medium damaged.
So good, I didn't take any damage from them. Just almost destroyed my shields, and I ran into an asteroid.
Now I need to
That
run.
happens.
I was way more, like, so much further away from it than what I was.
I regen my shields.
Taking fire.
Pretty cinematic over here, just watching it. Clicking on shots. Oh, hammerhead down.
Hell yeah.
Yep, hammerhead down.
Yep. Right, go for CN. Hammerhead was the biggest threat. Right. Some hits on him.
Yeah, it's too quick. I can't get him.
I know, but we have to try anyway.
No, I mean my ship's too slow. Is what all I mean.
Yeah, my ship is really slow too. But you will at some point get some hits in. It's just about not letting him regen his shields. That's it. If we tap him, then it doesn't regen the shields. That's exactly what we need. Get there. So I think next time, since you had a Gladius, right? What is your name again? Mr. Texas guy?
Yes.
Yes, I had a Gladius.
Yeah, so then the best thing to do is like you just focus on the small ones.
I ran into an asteroid.
Don't do that. That's bad for your health.
Nothing even on my ship was shot. I was all white. Until I hit the
Hey friends, what have you been up to today?
I think I didn't die though.
Right shield's dead. Again, is tapping again.
Or you guys are on a different ship. I just realized that. You guys a CN something. Or it looks like
I'm
this.
I'm going for CN. That was I thought I called it out. Didn't hear anything, but that's what I was.
Yeah, I was muted. But no, I thought I was shooting the CN.
Shit!
I was not apparently.
You want me to switch to yours?
Nah, you're good.
I don't see anybody right now.
He's in a Hornet. So he's super fast compared to my slow ass.
Yeah, I know.
I'm slowly dying of thirst.
I will try to speed it up for you.
It's kind of difficult. I got 23 thirsts. I can wait.
Was that another one? There's two out here, that's why. Out here by me, I mean. There's two. They're still not doing very good. Come on, come on. Still, where are you, you bastard?
Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the same target, so shall I switch to you then?
Nah. You're alright.
But it is... I know, but it will make it easier, because we focus them down easier.
As long as they're manageable, that's all that matters to me. Like the Hammerhead, obviously nobody could take out single.
True. So, which one are you focusing?
I thought it was a CN, but apparently it's a different number. I can't see the red. Like it's got too much, oh, it's XO, XD, something like that.
XO, yeah. Let's see. Why?
I've almost got him. Just can't keep up with him.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Whoa. I don't know what that was. Something right next to me.
It's really hard when you have like, what is it, 25, 30 FPS.
I bet.
Accidentally tapped. But... Shields down, that's good. Damage. Tap. Motherfucker, it's so hard to hit him.
I know.
Okay, let me turn on control mode. Let's see if that. Oh, there we go. He's. He's out of shields. Oh, and he's back at it again.
I was gonna say, dang, those recovered fast.
You're actually doing quite a lot of damage to my shield, so I have to dip a bit. I'm telling you, next time this will be easier when I have FPS. Now it's like it's
all good.
not fun to shoot at something that goes that quick and I'm turning like a brick. That's why you need one light fighter.
Right.
You can take care of these bugs. But our light fighter decided to crash into an asteroid.
Oopsie poopsie. I think it was the asteroid fall. I don't know how it was there. It's all in the way. I didn't hit a small one, I hit the biggest one. I guess not flex.
I mean, at least you could hit the broad side of a barn.
Further and further away from me.
Hey!
There we go.
Yeah.
Shit. Right, let's go for which one now?
Isn't there just one more?
No, two more.
There's two more.
There's two.
D. Let's go for DB.
DB.
Okey-dokey.
See him? So it should be a little easier since it's not a light fighter. Like a horn.
Which one is which? I'll be honest. That one's got an N in the name, so I'm gonna assume the one closest to the asteroid base.
Are you having issues reading the letters?
Yes, they're too. Like, they got too much low effect to them. Like, they all kind of interconnect.
Taking damage.
Okay, yeah. For some reason, I don't have that issue.
Man, your light fighter pilot sucks.
Right, well, if you're gonna go for N, let me check. I want to make sure I'm gonna go for the same one as you, so we do this quicker. Let's see. Progress. CN. Could that be
hit.
I have no idea.
it?
I see a couple
make it easier.
square-ish blurs, but it's the one I'm shooting at, whoever this is. He's the one that's been chasing me the longest.
Check where you're at. That's right. Alright, I can see where you're at. You're fighting that shit. And that's DB, I think, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, you already have some damage done.
Yes. I've been working hard.
Shield him down. Some damage on him.
Hey, there we go. One left.
Right.
It's okay, guys. He's right in front of you. There you go.
Are you floating somewhere?
Yes.
Oh.
How? Space? No gravity? I don't know.
I mean, like, without a ship?
Yeah.
Didn't realize you lived. I was zoned,
Hey.
sorry.
I hit, like, I don't know what happened. It didn't blow me up. It just, like, badly hurt me, and it blew up my thrusters. And then the hammerhead finished off the job by focusing me after I got crippled.
It happens.
So close.
Some damage again.
Keep on going further away.
We hit the jackpot mining tonight.
Hey, Rose. Awesome. What'd you guys hit?
Where's the thirst going?
Me. Okay. Begging in global chat as I float in space.
How majestic.
You're actually a true space hobo. It's insane.
Yep.
Floating
space
around
hobo
asking
right
for
here.
money. Help! I'm on an asteroid. Please send help.
The spaceship ran out of
I am
engines.
hungry and thirsty. I'm about to die of thirst. I got 17%.
Hey, you will get.
Pretty nice to watch. You guys struggle to kill the last guy.
Yeah, I know. Like these things, like it's as I said, it's boom and zoom. This is the only way you can play this.
He's so much faster than y'all. Run around you.
It's gonna last forever.
Oh, it would help if I hadn't run out of ammo for my deadbolts too. So I used them all on the. Yeah, used them all on the hammerhead.
Ah, shit! They're all over me!
You ran into the thing. Hey, I'll take it. A win is a win.
What do you mean? He didn't run in? Did he run in? Run into something?
Yeah, he ran into the fuel tank, I thought.
He sounds like, okay, one of you guys did a suicide. I can't like me.
He felt bad. Hey, savior. You come to save me.
Eventually.
Now, my question is, where the fuck are you?
I'm in space.
Yeah, I'm there, you know.
What do your surroundings look like? Space.
Stars.
Some rocks.
Rocks. Oh.
Oh, you're already climbing a ship. Pretty good.
For some reason, the elevator top is like already open.
Is that
That's pretty
sound? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go head to A base, and I'm gonna have to get off. And I don't know what that noise is. But it's super annoying.
That's the elevator.
It's the Texas guy.
What's that?
No? Oh. So that was the Texas guy.
Oh.
The noise.
Oh, gotcha. I was very confused. Thank you.
I am known as the Texas guy now.
You don't even get a cool
he-
name like Tex. You're just Texas guy.
Texas guy.
Call you Yeehaw.
Really?
I don't know why, but I was so
Everybody-
certain you were gonna go and say Yeet Cannon. That was the only thing that popped in my mind when you said Yee.
See, there's 53 people in chat, and I haven't seen a single one of them type.
I was gonna say, everybody feel free to chat. Unless we're all bots, in which case I just feel like an asshole then.
They're just here for me. That's all it is.
Yes,
They
that's
love
gotta
me.
be it.
I know, guys. Calm down. Calm down. Not everybody at once.
God damn it, that stupid routing glitch.
I mean, that has been there for like so long. It's such a like core game thing, and they just don't fix it. Like, come on. You know, the worst thing is I upgraded that ship later on because it was bugged, but I bought a Hornet in the beginning. That was like, oh, I want to play with the Hornet. It's cool.
Oh yeah.
And then when I mounted a nose gun on it, it just refused to work.
Ooh.
I did all the tricks in the book, like they were saying, like, oh, you store it, disassemble it, and put it back together, and whatever. It just didn't work. So I got pissed off, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy a better ship. I'm gonna go for a heavy fighter. And then I upgraded that one to this Stinger.
First.
I don't think my comic worked. I don't think no one wants to talk to you.
Oh no. It's alright, you tried. At least you had levity.
Had a ship.
Somebody ruined that. Damn asteroid.
Rock. It's getting late.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm
No,
gonna land here at the station and probably call it.
How did Trey spell my name wrong? Come on, Trey, you can't be spelling my name wrong.
How does that work? Is it the chat here? Is it the bot you're doing?
No, there's a little that cat thing down there. It's one of the, I guess, additions you can do through Twitch. And yeah, so it just gives you a second to make your guess, and then it tells you what it guessed. But yeah, there's just different emotes I have set up for it.
I got the glitch where we're in quantum, but it doesn't look like we're in quantum.
My ship is heavily damaged after this fight.
Yeah,
I too.
I somehow, I'm gonna jinx it when I try to land here, but I did not take any damage at all.
And now you will crash into the station.
That, yeah.
Yep.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. You're probably too young for Talladega Nights, aren't you?
Mate,
you heard the line?
Yes. Yes, Jordan.
I heard the line. It's just.
Oh man.
I have
Figure
no
that
idea
was
where it's from.
That'd be like a staple movie for, I mean, most of us country folk, but especially Texas.
Probably seen the movie when I was like young.
Yeah.
You're still young.
Wow. Really? Really? Gonna pull that card out?
I was gonna make a joke, but then I'm like, oh wait, nope, live stream. Don't say it.
I mean, there's worse things that has been said so far.
True.
I guess.
Alright, but thank you guys. Like, you're gonna quit now, right? Or
Yeah, I am. I don't know if Jordan's staying on.
Put a movie on or something.
yeah, I'll make a quick call it myself as well. But I'd say thank you for the fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Have a good night or whatever it is there.
Yep, it's well, almost 4 in the morning, but yeah, you too, bud.
Have a good
morning.
All right, yeah.
Take it easy.
All right, see you later then. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Doodles.
Doodles, really? That was such a wonderful catch parting phrase.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Too tired for anything right now.
Shit, isn't it just...
I guess tomorrow when I wake up, I go sell that cargo that I stole.
Oh, wait, do you even have it if you lost your Gladius? Or did you store it at least?
I put it back down as soon as I killed him.
Oh.
I lowered it, so it's mine now.
You just gotta remember what station that was.
It was the...
Is that Rustville?
Yeah, Rustville.
Gotcha.
I figured the best place to sell it, and I'll sell it, and I'll make some bank. Free, without spending $1.
Barrel roll.
Barrel roll, yep, see? No damage. Better smack something.
There it is.
11 thirst. So we have some type of water bottle inside this station.
Yes. Hey, Zanman, welcome to the stream. How's it going, bud?
Went a little bit too late, but it works. At least it showed.
Yeah, I got all the way here in Quantum. I didn't realize that. Like, why is it being so zippy?
I want to put your side. See if no, never mind, you already did it. My bad.
Okay, I got it for once. Yeah.
Heck, yeah.
Last chance to give you 100K.
Okay. Sending 1 billion.
$1 billion.
Keep on saying they're gonna send me $1, but they never do. I'm stuck inside the door. I'm stuck in the door.
I apparently can't. Oh, there we go.
Why every time it's either I get stuck in the elevator or I get stuck somewhere. Fix me.
Ah. You got fixed. Got one shot left here, boy. It's got your name on it.
Just send me 1 billion. You lied. $8% thirst.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
Oh,
retrieval
sorry,
system.
here.
Please visit us again.
You have any?
To the ACE, please visit us again.
I do not
Welcome
have
to the
armor
ASOP
and
vehicle retrieval
some
system.
stems.
Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again.
It's so great hanging out with you all.
Water.
Alrighty, I'm gonna head out.
Okie dokie.
Alright, thanks for playing, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Later.
See you tomorrow.
See ya. Alright, and everybody else, thank you all so much for being here. I really am glad to have you. And, as always, in case I don't see you, good afternoon.